as I begin recording. So, the Black Hand have journeyed to Dune Hollow in search of establishing a trading route to and from Dune Hollow to Drumenholm, the first routes of Balthazar's prospective business empire. While in Dune Hollow, you've attended to a number of things. You signed up for the Trial of Steel, an annual tournament where competitors fight against successively more challenging monsters in the Ring of Steel. You also looked into joining the Hunter's Keep, a celebrated and famous guild of monster slayers who specialise in harvesting rare components from monsters, creatures, and selling them off via contracts. Love also began to blossom while in Dune Hollow, as the eve of Lover's Feast came to the city. A holiday very similar in vein to Valentine's Day. It was decided that Neril and Saoyun would celebrate with an evening dinner, only to have it interrupted by Saoyun's past, a blade dancer assassin of the Empire of the Celestial Dragon, the Orcish Empire, stabbed Saoyun in the back. A fight broke out in the reclusive open-air restaurant plaza, and thanks to Neril's incredibly good damage rolls, managed to fend the assassin off. She managed to escape, revealing her name to be Zaishun Mistwalker. You fled the scene after Neril had burnt part of the restaurant during combat with a fireball. Siren went out to resolve this and met with the captain of the Iron Guard, Thirdrim Brasheim, putting the blame for the fireball at the feet of the assassin herself. Brasheim talked to Saoyun and believed the story, administering some healing aid in the process. He also notified all of you that the Iron Guard would be keeping a close watch on you for the sake of your own protection. You spent most of the next day to yourselves. Grunker had a strange moment of clarity and wisdom, talking to Velum regarding Ndala Pratesh, one of the Fiddler Six adventuring party, and a brief fling of his while in Morkney. Perhaps there is much more to Grunker than he lets on. Siren and Balthazar met up with Magna, one of the newer veteran hunters of the keep, to get to know each other before the hunt. Magna picked up her newly crafted custom dwarven glaive from the Hammerhome Forge and had a brief conversation with Bravik Cinderbraid, the owner of the forge, and then moved on to do some research in the Sapphire Archives with Balthazar and Siren. Sapphire Archives being the main repository of old knowledge in Dune Hollow, collected and curated by the Sapphire Assembly, the largest organised magical society in Mayland. You met with curator Trahar Uldrexis, and you did some research into necromancy and the Infidus Apocrypha, and the origins of Balthazar's patron. Trahar did most of the heavy lifting with his 19 and 23 investigation checks, and with his aid, you found out about the sinking of Sakar and the Kalkaros Peninsula, and an island chain off the coast of the Gold Expanse that once held the once magically powerful Nidean kingdom, but sank beneath the waves after an explosion of dark magic broke it apart in a very sinking of Atlantis type deal. You also found out about the Great Elder Ones, 5 godlike creatures that existed since the world began, who built 5 nightmare empires and clashed with each other across the world until something called the Birthing Star fell upon the world, created the ley lines, the elemental titans, who then brought an end to the Great Elder Ones through the use of 4 primordial dragons, great titan-like elemental creatures of immense power. You spent all night researching this, shrugging off exhaustion, and it's here that we rejoin you all in your separate situations as a new day dawns. It's early morning, probably around 7 AM on the day of the Great Hunt. That's where we leave off. So, bringing us in, if I can find the ambience there. Do.
Oh shit, I should probably have Sirenscape.
Yes, please.
You probably should.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It is a very good idea.
Make sure you all have Sirenscape. I'm gonna switch off the Roll20 audio here as well.
I'm shaking off the jitters, so...
Yeah.
God,
haven't
Liska
said
and Magna is so big.
So, question. Would
Yes.
Sao have woken up at any point during the night, Ducky?
Likely in a bit of mild pain, but nothing out of the absolute ordinary.
But like, conscious Corpus Mentis sort of awake, or just like a half asleep sort of deal?
She'd likely be conscious, yes. Why?
Venom would be on the foot of the bed, as he was the last night. He does notice, and his attention is drawn to her. Oh, you're right.
I'll find the mild stinging is distracting. And she sort of gives a half-hearted smile.
He sees the sort of, again, half-hearted smile. Has a flash of concern across his face for a moment. Yeah, he sort of gives a sigh. You know, I have been thinking a lot the past couple, well, days and nights. Not a lot else to do besides think. It's strange. I always used to think that I thought just about myself, and in a way I kind of have, but I still act like I do when I'm at home. And after what happened with you, I'm realizing that I'm not home anymore. You know?
Which is Neil kind of slipped next to you, so and kind of kicks in her sleep.
I guess this journey has been an eye-opener for both of us.
I guess. But not to put any pressure on you, but what happened to you, it was a real kick in the scrotum. You know? It jogged a lot of thoughts that I didn't think I'd think about. He seems like he's about to start talking again, but feels hesitant in his body language, and it's a lot clearer since he's been awake for so long.
You know, you should get some rest.
No,
Normally you're a bit hard to read, but right now it's like looking at a picture book.
that bad, huh? Well, I'll stay up tonight, but it's... He sort of rubs his eyes like the bridge of his nose with one hand, the other hand still on the handle of his sword. I keep thinking. I thought I was being selfish, and part of me kind of wishes I was, but things like all these new experiences, I didn't even remember Lover's Feast was a thing, and it's something I didn't even realize I was not a part of. I didn't even think about it back home. But here it's culture, it's part of everything, and it's played a lot in my mind, but I can't afford to be selfish anymore. It causes too many problems, and it ends up hurting people I care about.
Sao raises a hand lightly to sort of indicate for him to stop. It is okay to be selfish at times, but keep in mind why you are being selfish. If you're doing it to save somebody, then it's okay.
Well, I know one thing. I need to think about you more. I mean, all of us, all of you, more. And mainly because you all think of me in anything that goes on in some small way, in some big way. And I haven't been fair with that, so as weird as this sounds, until your name is cleared, I'm not leaving your side. You can count.
We both know that is not going to happen all the time.
Well, I'm not exactly gonna stick to you like glue like Nero does, but I don't. It sounds selfish still.
Watch as Nero sort of nuzzles further into Sao Yun's side as you say that, as if on cue.
It's a weird kind of selfish, but like you said, it's for the sake of someone else, and I don't want there to be another situation where I'm not there and something happens.
But we're talking in, well, in rambles more or less.
Yeah. It's
You should get some rest, and I mean it.
I'll be alright, but I know it's tired rambles or maybe it's something else, but I do mean it. I will do whatever I can to make sure you end up clearing your name someday. And even if it's something as simple as watching your back. And well, he is looking back at her now. His there are the visible bags of tiredness, but his amber eyes seem to sort of, they still have that gleam of very clear thought in his mind.
Just promise me if you're starting to doze off, actually get some rest.
Yeah, I promise. But I think you need it more than I do, Sal.
Says who? You've been awake for almost 2 days.
And you almost died 2 days ago.
I know. I'm not going out that easily.
Good. I'm glad.
Now get some rest, you fool.
I'll see how I feel. Who knows when that bitch will pop right out.
If she does, I'll have a surprise for her.
You and me both.
And with that, you may or may not rest, Verlem, but you feel confident knowing that that you are at Sao Yun's side to protect her should anything go awry within the night.
Yep, and he will just silently take his post, having sort of... He feels a little bit off, having eaten up a lot of her recovery time by jabbering away like a fucking idiot, but yeah, nothing eventful until morning unless fucking something happens before morning.
Okay. You made your constitution check last.
Yes, I did it last
session.
time to save time.
Yeah.
At the start of the session.
Okay, I thought so. So, as early morning comes to your suite here, Sao Yun, you come to wakefulness, realizing that Velum doesn't seem to have slept. You can see bags under his eyes. He's just about staring awake. He does seem a little bit worse for wear, but doesn't seem as though he's fully exhausted. And eventually, Nero, you also kind of stir from wakefulness, kind of still clinging to Sao Yun's side.
Morning, you two. He stands up and starts stretching. Some audible pops coming from his back.
Vellum,
Shut off my
you look
phone.
like a absolute mess.
Well, I feel better than I look, don't worry.
I sure hope so.
You do know today's the day of the hunt, right?
Like I said, I feel better than I look. Don't worry. This is the first all-nighter I've pulled.
Pretty sure your all-nighters consist of working a forge, not sitting around.
A lot more vigorous, and I still had energy. A little bit of sitting around isn't gonna do me.
But it's also to keep something off the fact that you're staying up all night long doing nothing.
Well, I wouldn't say doing nothing. Usually keeping a lookout.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
What's Grunker doing?
What is Grunker doing?
What is Grunker
What
doing?
is the grunk?
What is Grunker doing? He's
What's
probably sleeping.
What is Grunker?
He's
Why
probably
is
still.
fuck?
You choose
Why
to.
is he? Yes, he is.
Who
But
is
no one
Grunker?
ever asks, how is Grunka?
This is also true.
They're usually
Yeah, yeah.
asking why is Grunker.
Why are you?
So, okay. If you're
I
Grunker's...
think he's currently like just sleeping in because he knows that it's gonna be a long day today.
Okay then. Shall we pan over to Siren, Balthazar, and Magna? Who
They're still reading books.
apparently still reading books, yes.
This is
So, all three of you have pretty much lost track of time at this point, but you gather it may be around early morning by this point.
blasted. Where did the time go? Shit.
I honestly don't know.
I think my neck.
Casually pops her neck. Haven't done this in a while.
Stayed up all night?
No, stayed up all night and researching. It's been
Oh.
quite a while.
It is a very different thing to do.
I'm still hunting at night, but shit. Food for thought.
You have to admit it is rather invigorating.
Oh, no doubt.
Still, Valdis, I must pay this name more attention. Is that the sun?
This is gonna peer to one of the windows.
What windows?
You
Got the
look
gra-
you look around. There are no windows, but you do see kind of from above this sort of dome-like structure.
Window light.
You do see from above there does seem to kind of this ever-present light kind of peeking through from the general kind of ambient light from the exterior of within Dune Hollow.
I imagine
which
there's some kind of like ceiling lights, or like what the fuck are they called? Like
Yeah,
in
you-
houses where the roof they have like a dome that
Yeah,
lets
yeah.
the sunlight in.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on here. There is sort of there's a sort of dome. There is a dome with like a hole in the center, which is letting the ambient light from the general kind of soft fiery glow of the general ambient light of Dune Hollow from kind of letting it in, and it's kind of bouncing off of all of these mirrors from this orrery type display that's hanging in the center of this massive chamber.
Coffee.
You know, I do owe you that coffee, don't I? Tell you what, I think we've spent enough time here. How about you join me in the Golden Inn? And I'll treat you to breakfast and coffee and whatever else you desire. On me.
Lead the way.
Okay. You all begin to make your way out of the Sapphire Archives and into Dunhull proper. You spend about 15 minutes or so, kind of making your way back to the Golden Lodge Inn, where you all meet back up with the rest of the group. Grunker, Nerul, Bellum, and Salyun. You all watch very, very tired-looking Balthazar and Siren kind of rejoining you back in the inn. You also see behind them a familiar face that you saw in the Hunter's Keep. One of the larger mountain folk women that kind of burst into the room dragging what looked like a large Yeti corpse.
Oh, nice rooms we got here.
Magna, your head is just barely scraping the ceiling.
You could probably just punch it down just a little bit.
Brother, I know the saying treat every battle like it's your last, but is now really the time to do that?
What this?
Yes.
what is this
Also.
Huh?
Oh, no. Ladies first.
What is he talking about?
I think he's trying to
no.
be what they refer to as a gentleman, but so far she sort of just shakes her head lightly. Let's just say it's debatable.
One of
Or
those.
were you talking about what I was saying?
What you were saying, little one.
First of all, I'm not a guy.
I said little one. I didn't say guy.
Oh, you just said he before. Anywho, you know, no, I should probably not say. He'll be fine.
Breakfast, anyone?
Oh yes, please.
Yep.
Yes.
Since
Sorry
you
to say this,
since you're a DM,
Balthazar,
maybe.
but
Go.
I think Vellum has you beat in the realm of staying awake.
It's all
What?
stamina.
Vellum has been sitting at the foot of the bed for 2 days, more or less, staying awake.
You what?
He
Yeah.
hasn't slept in 2 days. Ever since that incident, he hasn't left our room, just sitting at the bed as we sleep.
Magna's pinching her nose.
What?
Don't worry, I'm fine. I got plenty of stamina, see?
Falls
I'm just-
over.
You know, even though I may be a hunter, I was a doctor at one point. You're a fool to do that. You know that.
Well, I'm not doing it forever, and I've been much, much tired than
Doctor's-
this before.
Doctor's orders, you go eat, and then you probably take a nap. No
We
say.
have a hunt to do, don't we?
Yeah, in a while, but you can take at least a power nap. Damn, boy.
He sort of pauses and was about to say something, but then hesitates, looks around. There's enough
Vellum.
people here.
We're awake now. It'll be fine for you to close your eyes for a moment.
Yeah.
Do you
I
know
guess.
when the hunt would begin? Like when we would be starting?
Magna, you would know that when the huntsman test takes place, it's usually in order to get as much head start as possible. It's usually better to start earlier in the morning.
Oh, starts. By the time we got out, about this time, a little bit earlier. But since apparently seems right here, we could just relax just for a few minutes and then be on our way.
Right, not enough time for a nap then. That's fine. I'm fit as a fiddle and ready to go.
Have we eaten breakfast?
Yeah, of course.
So then take this time for a pallet nap. We'll wake you up when we're heading out.
And there's a
I
knock on the
need to
door.
eat.
Is
Gotta
that-
eat, otherwise I'm not gonna have any energy.
And the door breaks.
There's
Yeah.
there's a large thunk 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 against the door.
Neil is going to jump a little at that. And like raise her hands a little bit, but
I'll get it.
then thinking about just lowers them.
Elm's gonna head over to the door and open it up a crack, very cautiously, mind.
You were looking at abs.
Oh, hello.
Oh god, you could grind meat on those.
Right, I think I
I
recognize
understood that
those.
reference.
He tilts his head up. Oh,
I
hello
recognize
again.
those abs.
You're looking at tits. No. So yeah, Liska just kind of like ducks down. It's like, I hate how small these rooms are.
Yeah,
Magna, is
sorry
that
about
you?
Yes.
Come on in.
Like, oh, you beat me here. They sent me to get you. Just kind of steps in.
No, this.
The main dining hall now is looking a bit cramped with about 8 people in it, including 2 mounted folk women.
I
So
think
technically
we might-
11 because they counts 2.
I think it might be cramped. Maybe.
Just a little bit. I mean, you know, did you stay up,
A little bit. I had a
Magna?
what?
With a hunt in the morning, you stay up.
Look, it was only once. Like it's not like I haven't done this before. Damn it.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Fine.
Something there about teapot and the kettle. Can't remember what it
Maggie just slow turns. Boy, you don't know what you're doing. Stop while you're ahead.
Grunka's
This
gonna, yeah,
sounds-
Grunka's gonna walk out of his room, and he's gonna have like Webby on like one of his hands, and he's gonna have like his string between his fingers, kind of like one of those. What are they called? That you make a bunch of patterns between your fingers.
That's just straight.
Cat's cradle.
Yeah, yeah. He's gonna have one of those, and he's not really gonna pay attention. Then it's gonna stop. I'm just gonna look at the 2 giant women, and just gonna go, "Oh,
Magda looks down. Whoa.
Hello.
oh."
Yes.
You are. Are-
last man of our pie.
You have a lot of. You have a lot of small people in your party.
There's only 2.
For the
Yes.
size of your
well,
party,
it's a
that's
lot.
very small.
I mean, they have some good deals. Apparently.
I guess.
Sao just raises a slight brow and looks at them. You're saying we have a small party, yet you 2 are only 2.
But there's the difference. Experience.
And also,
Nice.
Liska just like brings her hand down, like to Sao's height, like on her body. It's like small party.
Well,
I
for
know.
you, everyone's small, so
That is true, but you are extra tiny.
I mean, hopefully, if you've been through half the shit that we've been through, you would understand. But that's to step on anyone's hooves or toes.
All right. So, has everybody eaten breakfast?
I just finished.
I haven't yet.
No.
Okay. Well, luckily there's not much that we need to do in the beginning. So, eat up, get your energy. We'll be going out into the cold.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of
I
going
was
out,
thinking.
I'm gonna grab some air, clear the fog out my head. If you need me, yo. That he's
Where are
going.
you going?
Just heading to the foyer.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm not going too far. There's
'Cause
a
I was
slight glance
thinking-
back, but
Before you go, for those of us who have not had breakfast, I was thinking we could do a short circuit around. Get all of our blood flowing, wake up. You know, get some meals, gather any supplies we might need, so we are
Get-
ready and prepared to hunt.
And let's get
I mean,
Val
we
in
can
some
just head
winter
out.
gear.
Somewhat.
Winter gear.
Oh.
Linen shirt is going to offer a lot of protection from the cold.
I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I heard whipping gear.
No,
That's what you
Balthazar.
two are
You
doing.
demons are all the same. It is hilarious.
This
Thank
is something
you.
I miss back at home.
Finally, somebody sees it.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It is just still hilarious.
Oh no, honestly, but I did not.
Don't
miss
worry,
this
Sal.
back
The
at
longer you travel with him, the more numb to it you get.
I've noticed.
Oh, don't worry. I've been conservative.
And
This
I
is you
believe
being
that. That's the
conservative.
worst part.
Magna raises the finger, Lipton stops. Like, nope. That, nope.
Not gonna open that can of worms.
This is one hunt I am not going to, just gonna let go. Fuck that.
So, let me think. I believe I have a bit of business in the north. Before we go too far forward, I just want to, you know, have everything done here in town. And then we head out to the, well, back to the Hunter's Keep.
Okay, so do you all head out?
Yeah. Finish breakfast.
Yep.
Head on out.
Alrighty.
Breakfast.
Breakfast. Okay, so you all make your way out into the main thoroughfare.
Alright, I have to keep scrolling out this map.
Yeah, it's a big map. Let me.
Very
So,
big one.
you lot
We're all in the same place now. Hooray.
Yes. Woo.
let's get that.
Same party? Same party.
Same party.
Same body.
Same party.
Split the party.
Same hand. Same hand.
Keep doing that.
So many dogs. So many dogs.
All of
Okay,
that.
so Balthazar, you wanted to take care of some business, yeah?
You're muted.
Yes.
You are muted, Balthazar.
Yes. Yes, I was doing something. But yes, I do need to go there and take care of some business.
Alright then. So the rest of you begin to head off to the Hunter's Keep, and we will catch back up for you once we've taken care of Balthazar's business. So, you make your way to the Silver District, Balthazar. Split you off from the main party here.
Oh, God,
Let's see if
multiply.
anyone wants to go with me, because I don't want to go alone.
Okay.
Why not just everyone go? Because paranoia.
Yeah, that was his suggestion, was why don't we go up there and then head down.
Alright,
And while
okay,
we're
sure.
there, we can, you know, get supplies or food or whatever we might need.
Yeah.
Because we just had an assassination attempt and we have a no less than 3 rule, so I
That's
want to be
fair.
the one to break it.
Okay, so you all make your way to the Silver District through the making your way, kind of pushing past the crowd, trying to avoid some of the ram-drawn carts. You all do eventually come to looks like very larger kind of carved out area, less planned out, less refined than the main city itself. It's the housing layout here is very ramshackle, as it were. You do see a number of looks like a number of bazaars set up. Number of merchants kind of trying to sell their wares of different kind of raw ores, coppers, irons, all that sort of thing. You do eventually come to a very, very high class looking abode. Looks like it's some shop of some kind, some mercantile. Let's see. As you kind of enter into the shop, you can see numerous amounts of very very finely cut gems, nicely made jewelry, kind of set up in these sort of glass cases up on the walls. A few glass tables that kind of displaying these very opulent looking gems and wares. And you see, you see kind of a slick back hair, the kind of apron over his main torso, kind of falling down to his leg. You see, looks like a multi-lensed sort of a headpiece. He's sort of looking over a couple of a small arrangement of gemstones here. You do recognise this individual, Balthazar. This is the individual that you talked to last time.
Olaf.
That would be Ophar Ruby.
Olaf, not Olaf. Just walk up and enter. Hello.
Welcome.
I believe I placed an item on reserve here.
Of course. If you come round back, we can get that sorted for you.
I certainly will. I'll also look to Sire and be like, do you wish to do our translating?
Sure, of course.
Fantastic.
Siren comes with.
All right, then you enter around back. There's these familiar kind of small table set up here, kind of behind a small curtain, which kind of isolates it off from the rest of this small storage area. Kind of sits down, both of you opposite, takes off the eyepiece and sets it down. Kind of steeples his hands a moment and gives you both a very keen look, and looks over to you, Balthazar. This kind of slight wry grin. You know, last time you and your friends came in here, I had some suspicions. Familiar descriptions given to me. You know Baz Grazagdur, yes?
Of course I do. We've done trade.
Aye. He tells me you lot were the ones that killed that bone creature that attacked Mockney, the monster of Mockney, I think as they're calling it now.
Oh, yes. I am proud to say I was the one to leap into the maw and deliver the final blow.
That's what I thought. This is good. He also tells me that you've gained quite a position in Mockney's higher echelons.
I have gained a bit of influence there, or rather, as he looks.
Mm-hmm.
So, you want to establish some kind of partnership, if my information's correct?
I am looking to make many business friends. Yes.
Wonderful. Right.
Oh,
First of all, tell me what it is you're wanting to ferry and trade, and how you want to go about that.
I have an immediate supply of erudite.
Erudite, eh?
Yes, we now own a chunk of the mines in Cliffspire.
I thought I heard something about Cliffspire recently. Who attempt was it? Don't tell me you were involved in that as well.
Siren just kind of puts a finger on her nose, like beside her nose.
I thought so. This bodes well. Well, I'd be willing to join up with you under a few conditions.
I am all ears as he's going to trace a long ear.
He kind of thinks to himself for a moment. I have many goods that, let's just say, aren't exactly smiled upon by the above the table.
Ah, yes. Collectibles.
That and a few others. I can ferry your goods for you if you'll get involved in trade, as long as you help me ferry my own trade.
Of course. You see, I have something. You might like this.
As he's going to hold up his pinky finger and present a brilliant blue ring.
Remind me what that one was? That was the...
That is the blue waystone ring.
Right, okay. Waystone ring, I don't see many of those.
It was
I
given to
have
us
at
for
least-
heroics within Maven.
Ah, that makes sense,
It is a wonderful thing. And with, I will say, several different locations on the opposite end of mainland now, one could quite quickly travel a distance, not having to worry about caravan protections, guards, checkpoints, things like that. So if it comes to moving goods, I am the man to move towards.
Aye. That'll certainly help any trade we do. However, it does have its downsides. I imagine there are probably going to be some limitations. I would prefer that I diversify my means of trade. But
course.
I wouldn't be opposed to be making use of that. If you're willing to lend your talents to my trade.
Be happy to.
See, my trade, when certain individuals want access to services often frowned upon, say the imitation of a noble signature, an invitation to an exclusive party, or duplicates of letters, shall I say. Perhaps some might look for layouts of certain homes or underground areas. Perhaps there are certain individuals who like to put up unwanted posters of wanted individuals. I like to find ways to stop that by greasing up a few palms. When it comes to parchment, I serve and I ask no questions as long as the coin is good. Your carts of erudite could serve as, shall we say, cover for anything I might want to deliver.
Gonna look to Sarn. A little bit of a raised eyebrow and a bit of a nod.
I think that could work.
How would your goods be hidden, disguised, obscured?
Well, probably
I
buried under the erudite. It's entirely up to you, as long as they are hidden. Are any members of your elusive band? Are they magic users?
We have quite a few.
Perhaps.
But if we're going to be taking advantage of your trade routes and your means of transportation, I'd like to know that our name and supplies are not going to be confiscated and tarred and
Oh,
varnished.
of course. I will see to that personally.
Good. See that you do.
Gives you a keen look, then kind of looks back over to Balthazar. Your trading routes would help me expand the reach of my services. Your connection to Morkney, in particular, would provide me with some, shall we say, plausible deniability. I helped to build a few connections, and you helped me to do the same. I won't ask questions, and, well, out of courtesy and business partnership, I would like to think that neither will you. Call
This
it.
sounds.
Go ahead.
Oh, just this sounds very fair.
Aye. Call it a mutually beneficial relationship. So long as you don't let go of that position in Morkney. So, what you see?
Can I insight check to see? Is he the type of person that, as long as the money keeps going, he has like that loyalty? Not necessarily like he gets sold out to the highest bidder, but like, sorry, let's phrase this better. Can I check to see whether or not if someone comes along with a better offer, he'll drop us? Like he'll cut ties with us? Or does he seem like the kind of individual that, you know, the rare honor among thieves sort of deal? Like his name,
yeah.
his name and his word is almost as important to him as the money he makes, kind of?
Sure. Make an insight check.
Okay. All right. I wish I had inspiration.
Hey.
He's hard to read.
Okay.
He seems very experienced in not letting. He seems to have a very experienced poker face, and he's a very charismatic individual. But that's as much as you can. That's as much as you can glean from him.
Okay. Siren's going to kind of flick her earring, like flick her ear with the earring in it, and just kind of like mutter underneath her breath, like, "What do you gather of this man, brother?"
Gonna think for a moment.
You think our investments are safe within his hands?
Tell
This
me
is
you
also
both
this is
are.
also in demonic,
Mhm.
in case he happens to hear her muttering.
Tell me you are. I'm curious. Of course, there's a level of privacy that is expected when we do our business, but at the same time, if we are to take goods, there is a certain amount of information we want to know. We don't need many things, but just enough to cover ourselves, to understand the severity of what we are moving at each time, so we know how to more carefully guard it and our own investments. If you have something that is very minor, we may not be as concerned. But if it is something that is of very great importance that could devastate us, well, we may want to move something like that personally, where it wouldn't be on a road, and where we wouldn't have as many risks.
Make
It is
persuasion
a
check.
mutual protection. Make a what?
Persuasion check.
Okay. And go. Persuasion. Normal roll. 10. I think we both rolled
A 3,
Oh.
or I rolled a 5, but yeah, still, it's
You rolled a 5 with a 3, I rolled a 3 with a 7. Damn.
Yeah, he kind of gives you a keen look, and then he kind of leans back a bit. Listen, I know your concerns. You don't need to worry. I'm a man of my word. I am. The Ruby Eye tradition is one of holding one to their word. If it's another family member, if it's a friend, or if it's oneself. We don't break promises, nor do we break alliances. Nor
Can I
would
insight
we.
check that again?
You pushing it, but I'll one more insight check for you.
Okay. It's just he provided the information, you know?
Insight check.
15.
15. Now that you kind of get a better look at him, you don't notice anything. You don't notice anything off about his demeanor. He's not failing to look you in the eye. No obvious signs that he is lying. He seems less of the less conniving kind of slimy type, more of the definitely more of the honor among thieves type, smuggler, if you will.
Gotcha. Like, he's pragmatic in that he knows good relations
Yeah,
is
yeah,
good business.
definitely, yeah.
Right. So Siren, once he says that, Siren just nods, looks about Zar, and kind of gives that nod of assent of, I like it.
All right. Good. I suppose then we can have a deal.
Good. He kind of pauses for a moment. His brow kind of furrows. There is one problem though before we sign anything.
Don't have a contract.
And
We might have a slight problem with trying to deliver anything right now. See, I've got into a bit of trouble recently with my supplies going missing.
Does this have anything to do with the heavy god presence outside the gates?
Oh no, I can get past those. I can get past those fine. It's receiving supplies from Druvenholm, which is a bit of a problem for me. Just small carts of priceless gems. It's been happening for a few months now. To be honest, I'm kind of at my wit's end here.
Has there been a specific point where you've noticed them going missing?
Well,
Got any rumors or anything like that?
some of
We
the
are
men.
adventurers, after all.
Well, some of the men I've been hiring to guard the carts have been reported back narrowly escaping clever traps laid out on the road in the Jorfall. And to look back and see the men and, well, my carts being swarmed by tiny creatures as white as snow. It's weird.
Tiny.
I don't know.
Do they
In fact,
seem
in fact,
lizard-like?
I didn't get any specifics, no. In fact, one were reported back saying they'd been caught by a sudden blizzard in a cart, and a few of his friends just up and disappeared. I never got the specifics. The lad was babbling in fear and was half frostbitten when he returned. That was
no.
maybe a month ago.
We happened across a cart and some individuals who were, shall we say, frozen. And it appeared that it was the result of some elementals that we dispatched, but... Do you think perhaps... You said small white creatures.
Wait, go back. How many was there?
How many people did we find, or how many
Aye.
elementals?
How
I think
many?
it was...
How many people?
I think it was 3, Balthazar, do you remember?
I want to say there was 3. I believe one of them was one of my guards.
It was...
But
I know there was a dwarf, there was a man. I think there was another man.
it was 2 men and a dwarf.
If you give me 1 second, and Siren is going to, like, visually come up and touch your earring, so the guy thinks that you have to touch your earring in order to use it. And then she's going to speak out loud. Everybody, do you happen to remember what was the composition of those individuals we found frozen? amidst that
There were
blizzard?
3 of them, 2 humans, 1 dwarf. The dwarf was standing up with a ice spike through him.
Okay. Thank you, Nero. I appreciate it. And
Mm-hmm.
then I conveyed the information back. I think it was 2. I'm being told it was 2 humans and a dwarf. The dwarf was still standing with an ice spike through his chest.
He kind of strokes his sort of his kind of thin, kind of thin, wiry beard here. It doesn't sound familiar to me.
Well, I guess you said that the Jawfrost is where they've been getting
The
attacked.
Jordfall, aye. One lad. I think one lad was the lone survivor. One of my employees. Last I saw of him, poor lad was drinking away his troubles last night at the Crusty Beard. I don't know what he saw, what happened specifically, but it had to be something bad for him to still be shaken up about it.
That is bad. Perhaps we shall send him a beer on us and start a conversation about this once we finish our hunt.
Very well.
But for the time being, I have some ideas on what this might be. We can see to that we resolve this problem of goods going in and out. I wouldn't want my goods stolen anyway. And once that is done, we can sort of solidify a bit more in terms of trade and coin.
You said you were on a hunt.
Yes.
Are you with the Hunter's Keep?
Not formally yet.
Ah,
That's what this
yes.
is for.
So this is your first hunt then?
It will be, yes.
Is
Well, if you're going out on a hunt, I mean, if you find any of my supplies on the way, I'd ideally like as much of my stock recovered as possible. Hell, tell you what, I'll even make it worth your while. I say 1,000 gold per crate recovered if you find any still intact.
that seems
Indeed.
fair.
What is in these crates?
Mainly raw ores, copper, iron. There's a few rare gems in there. I would prefer that those go unharmed. They are fairly priceless. I would prefer that they be returned as soon as possible.
Fairly priceless, you say? Then how about we make it 1,200 per crate?
Make a
So as
persuasion
priceless
check.
as you say.
Oh, Siren.
You see, this is why I bring Siren.
Okay. No, sorry, I almost just gave myself advantage for shits and giggles. Come on, highs.
Oh,
22.
That was almost a nat 20.
we're getting us money today, lads.
He kind of steeples his hands, kind of thinks for a moment, then sighs. Fine. 1,200 it is. 1,200 a crate. Just bring as many crates back intact as possible.
Of course. And think of it as just an investment in the growing, burgeoning partnership between us.
Aye, you could say that.
Siren reaches out and offers her hand,
He,
ladies do with her palm down.
He kind of rolls his eyes and there's a bit of a wry smile as he kind of takes her hand and shakes it. Seems to recognise a good businesswoman when he sees one.
Siren smiles, gives a small nod, looks back at Balthazar. Is there anything else, brother?
Yes. On the note of spending money to make money.
Right.
I believe
You had those
our
coins,
investments,
those
I do.
quote unquote collectibles.
The collectibles. I like that word. Much better than paraphernalia. Now, I remember my partner here being very good with her words.
She
and we
gives
had arranged it.
he gives Siren that that look, and he just says,
Siren is just like sitting there with just like this smirk on her face of just like, yeah, I know I'm good. She's just sitting back in her chair, like
Well,
with her legs crossed and her fingers steepled.
got to hand it to you. If you're keeping this one at your side, you'll definitely be making some good profits.
We'll be making good
We-
profits.
Yeah.
Both of you, then.
Now,
No, all of us.
no, the three. If we are to be business partners, the more we make, the more we can do with you.
Aye.
Now, we tried to haggle for quite a bit, but we got the price in a place we agreed. It went to 2 gold and a silver per coin.
Aye.
Now,
And you had how
I
many?
happen to have a bag here.
Kind of
He's going to stretch a
settles
bit.
it on the table.
You're welcome to count them, but this is 714 coins.
Right, okay. He kind of lifts up the bag. It feels its weight a bit, and it's strange. You can almost. It seems as though he can tell the sheer amount of coin in there just from the weight alone. He seems to be very well versed in this. And as he kind of sets it down,
Nice.
he kind of steeples his hands and. Right, so let me calculate that. What was the? Just for clarity here, what was the equivalent price here?
1,499 and 4 silver.
1,499, 1 silver. Okay,
4.
4 silver.
How about I just give you 6 silver, and then you just make it an even 15?
Siren's also going to pull out a small bag herself and set it on the table.
Oh,
And this
okay.
also is
So,
this also is 166 of my own personal.
I
okay,
believe it's
so
348 if memory serves.
348. Just for the sake of having not to do math here, just give me the total.
It's so let's see, went up to 1 to 1,500
It's
with Balthazar.
348.6.
Yeah, we'll round up. Or Siren will give 4 silver. She'll give us. She'll give
4
us silver. Yeah, she'll give.
Shall we?
Yeah,
Shall we just round it up to 1,500?
1,500 for Balthazar, and then you can go to 350 for me.
Okay then.
Just 35 platinum. She's gonna hand him a gold and 4 silver, and then just be like, "Give me it in platinum."
Very well. That's 350 gold to you. Hands it over to you, Siren. 1,500. We'll round up as a show of good faith. Hands 1,500 gold over to you, Balthazar. Kind of takes the Nogdo platinum, kind of shovels it off into like a secure box off to one side. So just mark those
Nice.
off.
Yep.
Right. I look forward to hearing anything regarding my valued stock. If you manage to run into any on your hunt,
Of course.
and I wish you luck.
Alrighty then. With that, we shall hope to see you soon.
Looking forward to it.
And he's gonna go to walk out, and he's gonna pause. He's gonna turn back.
Do you remember the small, ebony scaled little one that came in the other day?
Aye. That was a strange one. That never seen a ebony scaled kobold before.
Neither have I. But that little one bought quite the piece.
Actually did. That was one of our most prized display pieces.
I'm guessing gems like that are the kind we will find in your goods.
Not quite to that extent, no.
All right. I'm curious. Was it purely ornamental, or does it have a bit more of a practical use?
As he wiggles his pinky with the ring.
Gives you a sly wink. Well, I wouldn't sell it at that price if it was merely just a gem, now would I?
I see. Would you be willing to tell us anything about this, or is this something we will have to discover?
Oh, you don't need to worry. It's nothing harmful at all. It merely gives you a resistance to anything. To, shall we say, if you were to burn yourself on a campfire, or find yourselves doing forbid up to your neck in molten magma, you wouldn't take as much. You wouldn't take as much damage.
I see. That is a fair price then for that item. Well,
I'm gonna have to identify that, aren't I?
Yeah, probably.
thank you for the good business, and we hope to see you behind many crates very soon.
Oh, I look forward to it. Well, good luck on your hunt.
You will see.
And with that, he's going to hold the door and
Siren
lead Siren
walks
out.
on out.
Alright, you
Mhm.
both make
Hips
your
are
way out.
swaying.
Both make your way out, and the rest of you are greeted with Balthazar and Siren as they complete their meeting.
Hello, thank you for your patience. Breakfast will be on me. Not literally, but well, unless you want. Yeah, I will treat you.
Okay, I noticed there's a conversation going on. So what's
Big one.
happening there?
Well, I was
Sorry,
not
I was also
expect-
eating a sandwich while I was typing. So.
was not
Delicious
expecting
peanut
that. I thought it was because of other nightly activities, but apparently I was wrong.
You could call other nightly activities sitting at the foot of our bed all night.
That, but I did not expect the reason why. That was for something I don't know.
Nobody expected this.
The Spanish Inquisition.
What were you thinking? Wait, no, never mind. Forget I asked.
Yeah, just don't touch that.
Okay, so where are you all headed?
Brother, sister, you've come back.
Got
So-
everything
It's
you needed?
included. Yes. Yes, everything that will allow us to have a thriving business with Indu.
Hmm.
So I guess supplies, then hunt.
That would be very wise.
After we get you some clothes.
Who's clothes?
She's going to point to the half-orc with only linen clothing.
Yeah, obviously, Magna would notice his apparel looks more built for hot weather than cold.
Magna would definitely look at Zelda with a curious eye. Why?
Well, not from around here, and it didn't come up until now.
I mean, obviously, but you came up here in a very cold place. No.
I mean, I've been fine so far.
Yeah, so far, but until the hunt, would you be out there for quite a long time? Glad you're gonna get
To
supplies.
be
And,
fair, you have been in your warm cart.
That did help, yeah. But it got colder the further. Either way, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have something else.
yeah,
Let's get you a coat.
A proper coat.
I mean, I'm sure that in the Hunter's Keep, we have a few coats that might fit him. It is not like we're
Yes.
going to let you go out on your own. You'll have to give it back, obviously, if you survive. But
If you survive.
I'll survive.
Liska, Magno, you do know that the Hunter's Keep does readily supply, your basic tools to go out on the hunt. Coats, healing potions sold at a lower price than you would say your standard alchemy shop.
just to keep us, like, it wants us to succeed.
Well,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, so because the more, like, when we succeed, they succeed. They get a lot of money. So,
Yeah, very lucrative business, as it
Yeah.
were.
so we can probably get you, I don't know, a coat, some other wear, things like that.
If you need it, on loan.
Yeah, of course. And Listen's gonna look Vellum up and down. Do you wear armor?
He would have his armor on. It's
Oh, so just all the rags and linens are up on
I wouldn't say
top of it,
rags, but
or-
his clothes are mainly. From the armor is underneath the outer layer of top half, but on his lower half they're more over the trousers
Gotcha.
in terms of armor.
Okay. So I take it by the sword on your back and what you aren't wearing that you're more of a speed individual. You prefer to move rather than be moved.
I work better on instinct instead of brute force. Yeah.
Instinct is an interesting term. Okay. Well, we'll be putting your instinct to the test on the hunt, that is for sure.
Well, try not to disappoint.
Make sure you don't.
Oh, I
Okay.
won't.
So, you all headed to the keep.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Make your way, walking and talking. If there's anything you'd like to talk about while you're making your way there, it's a pretty long kind of walk there, unless you want to pay the silver to take a round
rickshaw.
jaunt. Yeah.
Magna does not like the rickshaw.
It's just.
Fuck walking.
Fuck walking. Walking sucks.
Okay, Silver.
I'm not going to walk that far on my bad hoof. No.
My bad hoof.
Full paranoia mode, by
My
the way,
fucking
Jenner.
bad hoof.
Sorry?
From several people.
Listen, man, an artery.
Dim arteries. Liska's going to, like, we obviously, well, not obviously, but Liska's paying for a ram because she can.
Okay.
And if anyone else wants to join, that's cool. It's 1 silver per person, right?
Yeah, one silver a person. And as,
Okay.
and as you kind of climb aboard, the wood kind of creaks with the sheer amount of weight from both Magna and Liska.
I
So,
still don't
look-
like these things.
That is okay. So then she points at one of the rams, like, one day I'm going to have one of them.
Yeah, of course.
I'll find one that is big enough to carry me. And then we will see.
You all begin to set off through the city, down to the Heroes Memorial District, where the Hunter's Keep is located.
Hey,
Okay. Make your way to the large kind of iron, the large iron door. You can see the small kind of courtyard out front with the statue of the group of individuals kind of fending off what looks like all of these kind of monstrous creatures. kind of carved in pristine marble. And there's the familiar placard out front, which is which displays the hunter's oath. Magna and Niska, you are very familiar with this.
Yep.
Make your way. Sorry, go ahead.
Megan will just knock on the door.
All right.
Liska just pushes it open.
No.
Okay.
We're back.
Whatever.
Maybe no one's asked.
Your voice kind of echoes through the hall. You can see a number of individuals kind of off to the side next to the fireplaces. They look to be having the kind of morning breakfast. Very hearty meats of breads, cheeses, eggs, bacon, that sort of thing. Let's get the ambience here. Okay. You can see Sahir off on the very end of the hall at her kind of grandiose desk. She seems to be writing a few papers. She notices you all come in. Ah, welcome. I see you've not. I see you brought your friends. They've not run off, tail between their legs, as I initially suspected.
I give them some credit. Just a little. We'll just see how they are when the hunt is actually going on.
Right. Well, speaking of the hunt, she kind of sits down the parchment, sits down the quill, kind of puts it back in the ink pot, stands up and makes her way around the front of the desk, kind of beckons you all forward. Shall we begin?
Like we do always.
We don't have much to do anyway, so
This is nothing new to me. Let's do it a couple of times.
And I'm sure that being out of the city might be better for you, given your circumstances.
Yeah, considering what they're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So, she kind of shuffles through a few bits of paperwork. She begins kind of she straightens her back and seems to put on an air of propriety. She begins to go through the motions as you've seen. Both Magna and Liska, you've seen this a few times before. This is usually when this is the kind of starting of this very significant kind of ritual, as it were. We here at the Hunter's Keep uphold the Huntsman's test as sacred above all else. It is a rite of passage that separates the boys from the men, as it were. Or, she kind of gestures to both of you, Liska and Magna, or the ladies from the girls. She gives a wry smile. You notice a few individuals off to the side kind of perk up and they all kind of listen in. You have the opportunity to turn back now if you wish. Once your contract is presented to you and printed with your fingers, it will be bound to you. She looks at all of you expectantly.
Alright. As contracts are.
She looks to you, Balthazar, gives a smirk, and brings out a small, looks like a rolled up piece of parchment, kind of a red and green kind of ribbon wrapped around it, and it appears to be stamped with the familiar seal of the Hunter's Keep. This contract, she holds it up, came to us approximately 1 year ago. many hunters have tried and failed to slay this creature. Approximately 5 groups and counting. This contract was personally chosen for you by the Lord of the Hunt himself. It would seem that he has confidence in your abilities. Her eyes sort of slim a bit as she looks over all of you. I, however, remain skeptical. Perhaps all of you might prove me wrong. She kind of holds it out towards you.
Well, if no one's going to take it, I will take it.
As you attempt to take it, she kind of whips it out whips it away from you for one moment. And she looks to you in particular, Balthazar. She says, "This quarry has been a thorn in the side of the keep for quite some time, and the client has only increased their reward for the creature's components since then." She slowly hands it back over to you. And with
As he takes it.
Okay. She also kind of moves what looks like a small, ornately carved kind of flat block of polished oak wood, with that looks like a 2-inch, very thin silver spike, kind of away from a bunch of paperwork, and kind of slides it onto the desk next to her. She looks over to it, then all to you expectantly, then to the contract.
So exactly what is it that we're hunting today?
Take a look.
Neil's going to take the thing and look.
It's in a book.
All right.
Hunting monster.
It says contract of slaying, ordered and paid in advance by High Alchemist Dane Hammerstone. This contract, binding by the honour and thrill of the hunt, sets upon the agreed members of the Hunter's Keep the task of locating and slaying the aforementioned creatures, and the recovery of the below listed harvested items. Any items not recovered or not in functional condition will be deducted from the final sum and refunded to the client. This contract is good for 5 days, and if the contract is not fulfilled within the allotted period of time, all payments are null and void, as is this contract. In addition, if the contract is not fulfilled, the membership of the agreed members of the Hunter's Keep will be revoked, and will not be taken into reconsideration. The following creature has been approved for slaying by, and it says kind of in sort of handwritten words here, the High Court of the Mountain King.
Oh.
And then, finally below it, the bounty. 1 adult white dragon.
Oh, lordy Lou!
She's going to glance
So
at
I
Val.
was right. That is what cast the shadow on the Yorfall.
Finally, listed below it, items of harvest. 1 white dragon gizzard, 2,470 gold pieces. 1 white dragon heart, 3,420 gold pieces. 2 white dragon eyes, 240 gold pieces each. 50 pounds of white dragon scales, 57 gold pieces per pound. 40
How much
white.
was that?
Sorry, this is a handout. I'm reading a handout here. Just,
Okay, sorry.
I'll give it to you after.
Perfect.
40 white dragon teeth, 27 gold pieces each. 1 white dragon tongue, 420 gold pieces. 12 white dragon claws, 27 gold pieces each. Total value, 11,094 gold pieces. And then below that it says, reward doubled upon a complete harvest.
This is the contractors handing over to new people.
Who are you calling new?
I'm referring to us.
It is, yeah. It is, yes. Apparently, the Lord of the Hunt has put an utmost trust in the Black Hand. Seems he may have heard of your deeds.
There's one killed a white
What
dragon.
do I know about dragons?
Make a nature check.
I don't have. Wait, no, I doubt that kobolds have any relationship to dragons in this world.
Somewhat.
But not like in the actual D&D world where they basically worship dragons.
Make a history check for that.
Nope.
You have no idea. As for dragons, make a nature check.
No advantage, that's why I was trying to get... 19!
19. Nice.
On that +0, nice.
That +0.
So, you do know, all dragons are, well, particularly when it comes to white dragons, all dragons are inherently primal in nature, having been around since the earliest days of life in this world. They are apex predators by nature, with 4 limbs, 2 of which are wings, and because of this they are sometimes mistaken for wyverns from a distance. However, true dragons are much larger, with much more vibrant scales, and dragons are a much rarer sight than wyverns. In some cases, well, quite frankly, you should probably thank your lucky stars for that. Well, some dragons are more comfortable with the company of others, even benevolent. Others are hostile, greedy, and capricious. Their intelligence and wisdom it matches those of many mortals, while living exceedingly long lifespans, only growing larger with age. Very few dragons reach their ancient years, and witnessing such a creature spells awe and wonder it either spells awe and wonder or death incarnate. Dragons are inherently magical creatures, and particularly potent draconic family lines are susceptible to absorbing magic in many forms. Some consider this a holdover from a mythical time at the beginning of the world, from when their ancestors, dragon-like creatures far larger and older and more powerful, possessed elemental magic that could move and scar entire primordial landscapes. Some call these primordial dragons. You do know that the smallest, least intelligent, and most animalistic of dragons, white dragons, they do dwell in frigid climates, favouring Arctic areas or icy mountains. They are vicious, cruel reptiles driven by hunger and greed. White dragons, they lack the cunning and tactics of most other dragons. However, their bestial nature makes them the best hunters among all dragonkind, singularly focused on surviving and slaughtering their enemies. A white dragon consumes only food that has been frozen, devouring creatures killed by its breath weapon while they are still stiff and rigid, and it cases other kills in ice or buries them in snow near its lair. And finding such a larder is a good indication that a white dragon dwells nearby. You do know that a white dragon also keeps the bodies of its greatest enemies as trophies, freezing their corpses where it can look upon them and gloat. Though only moderately intelligent, white dragons they have extraordinary memories. They recall every slight and defeat, and have been known to conduct malicious vendettas against creatures that have offended them. White dragons avoid all other dragons except whites of the opposite sex. Even then, when white dragons seek each other out as mates, they stay together only long enough to conceive offspring before fleeing into isolation again. Powerful creatures can sometimes gain white dragon's obedience through demonstration of physical or magical might. And that's what you know about white dragons.
So I have to ask this. This doesn't happen to be just a white wyvern that's all mistook for a dragon, is it? Or do we know that it's a full adult white dragon?
Well, you're asking this to Sahir, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is indeed a white dragon. You see, we've heard word of attacks from a large white dragon throughout the northern reaches of Mainland and beyond, and have tracked this creature across all those areas. Our last attempt to slay this creature was at an island chain off the coast of Vaskir, resulting in the death of one particularly skilled group of slayers. But it has moved since then.
Do we know where to?
Sadly not. Frustratingly, the last 3 times we found it, it slaughtered our hunters and moved locations, and every time it seems to... It refines its abilities to stay hidden, and every time it grows bolder and closer to civilization. We know not of its
Balthazar just squints.
We know not of its current location.
Hmm.
But
I believe I do.
Sahir raises her brow at you.
3 days ago, we passed through the Yorfrost. Just as we finished dispatching a pair of ice elementals, I noticed something. No one else seemed to, but there was a huge shadow. Something across the cold, foggy skies. I saw it soar into an unusual ice pillar formation, quite a few miles off of the road. It was massive.
That will certainly explain a lot.
Wait, isn't this about the same place that our trip was at its coldest?
Exactly. I would not be surprised if that spine-looking formation matches nothing would be its lair.
So it has moved closer to civilization indeed. Very close. We
Well,
can...
it would definitely be a good place to check.
We can also give you its name and title, of which it boasts seemingly every time it deals a blow to our ranks. She leans in close. You can also see a few more individuals kind of gathering above the balconies, kind of listening in on this conversation. Other hunters have apparently taken notice. He calls himself Crothis, scion of the frozen ruin. Quite a title, it seems.
Very ostentatious.
And annoying.
It is also one which is cause for grave concern, as it was not but 50 years ago that his mother wreaked havoc upon similar territories. He took the keep's finest from Mainland and beyond to bring her down. She looks up, and what she kind of looks up at the ancient dragon skull, which kind of dominates this end of the room, which you've all seen before. She called herself Melanis, bride of the frozen ruin. A vicious tyrant bitch is what she was.
And look where he ended up.
She took Farenholm as her lair. She was unusual for a dragon. Possessed unnatural elemental magic and a certain amount of intelligence out of place for such a beast.
White dragons tend to not be very smart, so that is odd.
Indeed.
Do we know if her son has the same capabilities?
We don't know. We did find her egg clutch deep within Farenholm when it was still under her rule. We moved to dispatch of the clutch after we killed the beast. They were suffused with powerful elemental magic. We couldn't risk another one of her brood becoming like her, so we destroyed it.
Apparently
However,
you missed one. No offense.
Indeed, apparently she kept one hidden away. That, in all likelihood, was Crothis. What's more concerning still is the rate of which Crothis had matured. A dragon does not become an adult before its first century. Crothis has reached adulthood in half that time. If Crothis is anything like his mother, then he needs to die as soon as possible before he can step into her claws.
Alright then. Well, we should, get like 50 more pounds of clothing for each of us. I know your whole deal with the cold, but this is a dragon. And Poppy would want it.
So here kind of leans in. A dragon is a dangerous quarry in and of itself. But the offspring of an ancient dragon tyrant, particularly Maliness's offspring, is reason enough to do what you can to prepare beforehand. It's that preparation that will determine whether or not you return.
Alright then.
Sao just looks towards Balthazar, and with an oddly straight face. Well, seems you got your present for the king.
You're
A
muted.
troll's head is nice. Much to slay the dragon of his lands is so much nicer.
It seems the Lord of the Hunt has apparently put his faith in your abilities, Magna? Liska. You should both be grateful for this opportunity to rise in the ranks.
Of course. We will do anything. You know this.
I would just like to say, I have grown fond of you in my years. Do not be foolish and run in hammers and spears blazing like the Forge is wont to do.
I know.
Dragons are very perceptive creatures. The best advice I can give is to cling on to any element of surprise you might establish for yourselves. Stay quiet as a white wolf. Do not rush into this without a plan.
That would be the best. Because you know how I got last time. With a half-baked plan. You know, they got my ass in trouble.
Indeed. And Sahir kind of looks over to you, Balthazar, at the mention of the favour to the Mountain King, as it were. Apparently, she is very perceptive herself. He says,
She's the dragon.
This
Yeah,
isn't
she-
WoW. There's no dragon just chilling inside the capital.
Are you sure?
Are
No,
you sure?
actually, that'd be hilarious.
She says to you, perhaps you might also, if you were to bring back the skull of this white dragon, he might look upon you favourably, especially the High Alchemist. He is one of our most prolific clients. From what I know of him, I suspect he wishes to see what makes this quarry so unique for a white dragon. This knowledge could be useful for future research into the effects of elemental magic on powerful creatures. Normally we at the keep do not question the motives of our clients, only that they keep their contracts above the table and in line with our rules.
Gonna pause a moment, and he's gonna look to the big skull that they have on the wall.
Said that was her.
That was Melanis, yes. Before I forget, I'm going to type both of those names out.
If you would, please.
Yes, please.
That'd be lovely.
Let's see if I spelled it right.
Let's see here. Oh no, actually,
I must admit I'm so envious.
She kind of gestures
What I would
over.
not give to have a head of my own.
She gestures over to one of the hunters to kind of bring her over some paperwork. In fact, I believe one of our hunters escaped the previous slaughter. Drew quite an imposing sketch of Crothis.
Perhaps we could talk to them and see what information we can glean from them.
No need to. You watch the hunter off to the side who's been eagerly kind of looking into this conversation. He kind of wanders over, shoves through some of his robes, pulls out a small scroll, kind of hands it over to Sahir, and Sahir presents it to you.
So from the bitch to the bastard. Funny how that works.
As you kind of take the scroll, open it, there is a very, very, very lifelike depiction of what you imagine to be Crothis.
Yeah, I spelled Melanis right.
Neil's going to go ahead. He kinda looks like my brother, except white, not gold.
Eh?
Just gonna turn Nero for a minute with like a what the fuck are you talking about?
Not you.
As for Crothis' mother, that is her name. Melanis, Bride of the Frozen Ruin.
Huh. So, Melanis the bitch, Crothis the bastard.
I had a feeling the hunt was gonna be something grandiose and, slightly pompous because of what we've been through already.
But
Fucking dragons.
What I did not expect was a dragon, and an adult dragon at that.
who may actually have spellcasting capabilities.
I mean, I would have been worried if it was like an ancient dragon, but
Oh no, that would be suicide.
Yeah.
I'm fairly
This
sure
is
that still someone
suicide.
suicide.
We're literally signing up for a suicide mission if we do not prepare well enough. And we have, what, 5 days?
You have 5 days.
Once we sign the contract, right?
Once you sign the contract, yes, but you gather that this is probably the moment to do it.
How long will it take us to get to the spire?
You don't know?
About the day.
I mean, Grunka would know.
Grunka, say because of your wanderer feat, you probably know. You were pointed out that I'll save the sake of brevity. You were pointed out to the spire by Balthazar and Siren. You gather it may take about 2 days there and 2 days back.
What day? Trip.
4 days round trip, so in actuality, that only need us a day to prepare once we sign.
It's actually probably more that we have a few hours. We have the day to try to kill the dragon.
Have 2 days there. Big day fighting. 2 days back.
Is everyone's
we
little
can't
body?
just collapse it
Yeah, everyone's
on
robot.
it, because I would have to harvest the things from it.
Stout sort of pinches the
Okay.
bridge of her nose. I did not expect a dragon, I'll admit, but
I had an idea. On account of seeing the dragon.
So
Well,
here,
let's.
so here, kind of.
This is serious, right? This is actually happening.
I mean, yeah.
It's
I'm
a
afraid
fucking
so.
dragon.
I'm afraid it is. And watches Sahir kind of slides the sort of a small wooden block with the silver spike over to you.
What's this?
That is the
We
means
sign
to
our
sign
It is
this
contract
for a
in
contract.
blood
blood.
seal.
Oh, right. More blood contracts. Yay.
You don't sound happy with that.
I would
Let's
get
just
used to
say
it.
me and blood contracts
good.
have
Say that.
a history together. One of which resulted in my actual death.
That wasn't a. Was that really a contract as much as that it was just simply a mistake?
The deal was made, and part of the payment was blood, so therefore I count it.
Alright.
just casual into the blood contract. Sure, go for it. I guess.
I mean, if you feel like a dragon is too much of a challenge, you can turn away now. If you like, there is a door. Feel free to use it.
Hmm.
Hard choices.
Neo will glance from Balthazar to Sal.
Balthazar has a very sort of stern look on his face. He's holding his chin and he's staring at this contract.
Oh, question. Would there be any chance that if we harvest more than the contract requires that we can keep it? I hear that there's special stuff about dragon scales.
That is up to you to keep. If you are able to keep that many scales, you have more than earned it.
Ah, okay then.
Count that as a reward for granting yourselves the titles of Dragon Slayers.
Not many have those.
I can already hear Balthazar's boner just going ding.
I think there's multiple things with that.
Balthazar actually has a very sort of serious and solemn look on his face.
I'm aware it's a fucking dragon of all things.
Oh. I haven't seen that look on you in a long time.
Sao is sort of not quite doing the same thing as Balthazar, but more like tapping her chin a bit with the finger. I have one question before I sign anything regarding a dragon. And it's one for you, and it's a personal one. And she points towards the lady.
Yes.
What would you say our odds of survival are?
Well, if I
Based
were,
on our reputation and what you know of us.
well, from how highly your group is spoken of in your abilities and accomplishments, this should be challenging but not impossible, as any true test should be. I would put your odds maybe 50% chance of survival. That is, if you stumble into this.
Let's see.
The truth is, it is going to be much lower.
I'm counting at a 10.3.
Repeating,
of course, percent chance that we will
This
come
is
out of this
fucking
alive.
Leroy Jenkins. God damn it.
Well, we have a Grunka, so we're not too far off.
I mean,
I asked the question to judge how you think we would fare.
How I think? No, you'll most likely be killed within a day. However, the Lord of the Hunt's opinion matters more than mine, and he seems to have confidence in your abilities.
This will sound very odd, coming from me, but I care little of what precision or profession you might hold. An opinion is an opinion. A warlord might be able to determine that a battle could be won or lost, but even a peasant might see something a warlord misses. Not calling you a peasant after all.
I should hope not. However, you speak as though you have military experience. This will serve you well.
I have certain experience within military tactics, yes.
Then, perhaps you should apply this and use that to prepare for the fight.
Balthasar, have you made a decision? Siren as well?
Sorry, Siren was it?
Yes.
There has been a change in your test.
Excuse me.
Well, it would seem that the Lord of the
What?
Hunt, the Lord of the Hunt has had some private discussions with one of our slayers. Your test will be taking part separately from the others.
Wait, what?
You
But-
will have your own veteran hunter to escort you. Let me see here. She kind of pulls out a piece of parchment, unrolls it, and kind of squints her eyes. And there is a curious look of slight revulsions and slight is a slight grimace. One Matthias Krieg wishes to join you. Wishes for you to join him on his hunt.
You wish to separate me from my group who will be facing a dragon.
Well, yes.
You know that
That is the will of the Lord of the Hunt.
Just gonna look over to Siren.
Sarah's just kind of looking at everyone, kind of lingering on Balthazar, kind of like her eyes narrow. She's kind of calculating things.
He has a very sort of like sharp look in his face, strong brows. He's just staring at you.
I will leave this decision to you.
Visca, Magna, at the name of Matthias Krieg, you both feel a kind of shiver down your spine.
Mm-hmm. It's just kind of like there's a visible grimace on her face.
Magnus just stone face and just says, I fucking hate that.
Wait, who's Matthias Creed?
She's a creep.
That's to put it fucking mildly.
When Liska says that, she actually looks around the room, like
Make a perception
kind
check.
of like a oh shit.
Okay, hold up.
He's a creep. Oh shit, he didn't hear me, did he?
Pretty much. Only a 6.
Only a 6. Okay, you do not. You do not see Matthias Krieg anywhere. 14 perception.
Yep.
Neither do you.
He's
Damn.
just. There's something about him. He always wears that mask. It gives me the creeps. I do not
Not
like
just the masks for me, it's something about him just is off. I don't like it.
Well, I don't believe we actually have a choice in this regard. As
That
much
means-
as Siren skills would be useful in this, seeing as white dragons tend to like keeping trophies of their fallen victims around.
I mean, that would be nice, but when the Lord of the Hunt has a specific job for you, you don't deny him.
I'm Apologize, but this seems to have been a last-minute change thanks to Matthias's involvement. I'm not going to pretend to even guess his motivations. Most of us here at the keep gave up trying to do that a number of months ago. He is unsettlingly quiet, but efficient in his work. And Sahir kind of turns to you, Siren. I'm sure he will fill you in on the details of the separate contract. And
What kind of work does he do?
He seems to specialize in hunting the undead.
Siren's face just goes blank at that. Like, she just kind of stiffens for a second, and her face just, like, goes, like, flat. The undead, you say?
Yes, it's perplexing. It doesn't seem to... it seems as though the money seems to matter less to him than it is the thrill of the hunt. Regardless, I will... here. You kind of hand you over a secondary contract.
Siren just kind of looks at the rolled up scroll for a second and then slowly opens it.
Okay. So, the bounty on this one is 1 Alep. The items of harvest, 1 Alep heart, 2,430 gold, and 10 pounds of Alep ectoplasm, 200 gold per pound, and the total value comes to 4,430 gold pieces.
Siren just kind of sitting there staring for a second. And I'm to do this with just the help of this Matthias.
It appears so.
Do... Siren's eyes just kind of narrow. Do the methods of procurement matter as much as the procurement itself?
Not the methods, no. As long as the items are presented, then the contract is fulfilled. Although someone will want this creature dead, so I would assume that the items harvested would be of that creature.
Siren just kind of sits there staring for a moment and then rolls up the scroll. She just kind of just gives a hard stare to Balthazar. Like, just is silent for a moment. Her ear twitches. There is a small interplay between her and her demon ally.
Oh, DMs.
DMs.
Okay. As you're both conversing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we begin this initiation process. She kind of seems to further gesture to the block with the silver spike. If you would, please.
Before we do.
And he's going to turn his back on it and look to the others.
I do not believe any of you will survive. Not as you are now. You cannot act impulsively. You cannot run in. I may not know much of dragons, but I am wise enough to be very, very concerned. We will have to prepare. We will have to act and think and be careful. death of another. It is not an option I will accept. And if any of you die because of poor decisions in going against greater wisdom, then you will be left in the snow.
Cold.
Pragmatic.
I see us not even having a 20% chance to survive. And if we do, someone will not make it back. You do not have to follow me into this. I will leave that choice to you.
Sal lets out a slight sigh with a nose breathe and is more intently looking over the contract. And then she just looks to Balthazar. If you think I'm gonna let you walk into a fucking dragon's den alone, no. Call me a fool, but I think you're an asshole for even saying that.
I have
Do
many
this as a
things. I am
Do this
serious.
as a group. I do not care what you want to say. You've been there for us so far, we've been there for you this far.
Very well. But I have to know that anyone who decides to go on this is someone who can listen and someone who can be trusted. I need you to be as oathful to me as this contract.
Balthazar will take his palm of his right hand and he'll press it down on the spike, rub his thumb in it, put it on the contract to sign.
Okay, as you do that, there is a slight bluish purplish shimmer to the print, and you feel a tingle down your spine.
With that, he'll look at his palm. He'll stand next to the spike and hold his hand out like for a shake.
Anyone wishes to join me, be a part of a greater brotherhood, then do the same and shake my hand.
Taking a moment to just look Balthazar in the eyes, Sal does the same.
As you do that, so
and
you
takes his hand afterwards.
sorry,
And then purrs.
I'm being harassed by a kitten. Okay, sorry, get off. Sorry. Okay, so as you do that, you feel a similar tingle down your spine, as well as your thumbprint emits this slight magical shimmer on the contract.
Vellum will shift a bit in his seat, reach for the bleeding object, as it were.
Okay.
There's the slightest, subtlest hint of a glance in somebody's direction before going along with it too.
All right. You likewise feel the same shimmer. Feel the same shiver down your spine, and your thumbprint also glows.
Sits
Hold
back in
his-
his chair.
He will hold his hand out to Vellum.
He'll look and take it, shaking it.
Who else would like to
Very
sign the
good.
contract?
I'm back. Sorry. After seeing Sal do it, Neil will definitely pull up a small scaly hand.
Okay then. You likewise feel the shiver. Your small claw print on the parchment also glimmers.
I was wondering what I was going to do.
He looked at Grunka.
Will you kill this beast with us too, little one?
I guess we are. When will we be setting off?
To be able to fulfill the contract within time? Basically, as soon as we're done preparing today.
Yes. First you must sign.
Yes.
Do you wish to? Just prick your palm, press your thumb, and shake my hand.
Grunka does that.
Which is strange. Despite the size of everyone's thumbprint, Grunkus is quite a bit larger, and his blood is a bit more brackish. Do you likewise feel the same tingle down your spine?
Ooh.
Magna does the same.
Okay. Likewise to you as well.
Yep, Liska will.
Yep.
And she won't shake Balthazar's hand because she's not part of this drama.
You two have no need.
Like, oh, I wasn't even planning on this.
I don't actually like touching you.
This guy, you.
So here looks over
I
to
let you do it, yeah.
Siren, kind of shifts the contract, shifts Spike forward to you, which is strange. As you now look at the Spike, what you would expect to be covered in blood is instead just pristine and clean. Perhaps there might be some sort of enchantment to this.
Oh, Siren is pretty sure that it uses the blood to bind people to the contract. Like she's like, this is fucking like blood magic. Like I got this. Like I understand where this is coming from. She is going to just kind of, she watches the Spike. She's like holding the contract, her specific contract, kind of rolled up and kind of clenched in her fist. And then she, with like one final glance to Balthazar, she just like slams the contract on the table, pricks her thumb, doesn't need to do her palm, and then just like presses it to the contract, like just
Okay.
in one quick motion.
Just nonchalant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And with that, she kind of takes a small spike tip and shifts it away. She kind of adjusts her clothing a bit. She seems to be back into the into the rhythm of this sacred oath, as it were. And she says, "The Huntsman's test is a rite of passage, a rite of honor, a chance to see if you could stand against the constant tides of darkness that threatens us all." And as she's saying this, you can see approximately 20 or other hunters and slayers of all types have left their rooms and are watching this procession over the balconies, by the halls, by the fireplaces. You can see a couple of other demons, a pair of Naga individuals, a couple of orcs. It seems the Hunter's Keep takes all sorts from all across the world. is a trial of vigilance, to see how well you can adapt to your surroundings in the face of death. It is we hunters who keep safe those who cannot fight against the many dangers of this world, and sometimes beyond. The test is sacred, and it holds many dangers. Have your wits about you at all times. Be bold. Be courageous. But most importantly, it takes a certain wisdom to flee from your quarry and fight another day, and to push for it head on and perish. Remember, above all, remember the hunter's oath. In memory of those that stand against the tides of dark. For the thrill of the hunt is unending, and their blades will be ever sharp. For when the monsters prey upon the innocent, we prey upon them, and raise the layers from which they stem. And it's at this point all of the now 30 or so hunters that have gathered to watch this begin to recite this in unison. Truly humbling experience. We are the man, the woman, and the child, from which the monsters took so much and left us defiled. We slay for those who cannot fight, to bring hope for tomorrow's light. She looks to you, Agna and Liska, as if expecting both of you to also recite this. Ears to the ground.
Ears to the ground.
Eyes to the skies.
Eyes to the skies.
Hunt well. With that, they all begin to... They all salute with a fist, double thumping their chests. She looks to all of you in respect and nods. You have your contract. You have your quarry. Your 5 days begins now. Good luck.
Well, let's get started.
She gestures to you, Siren, and she begins kind of gesture off to one side of the room, and there you can see, as all of you follow her hand as well, you see a silver mask looming out of the shadows.
God fucking damn it.
Where was he? I did not see him, son of a bitch.
I can smell the fucking itch of that image.
I love it.
The edge is so keen.
So
and dark.
dark.
Matthias Krieg looks over to you, Siren, and nods in respect, and gestures for you to follow him.
Siren kind of gives one last look to her group, her friends, Black Hand, and then just kind of gives us like a small nod, a little bow, and then heads off after him.
Okay.
Don't die on us.
I'll try not to.
Stay safe, Siren. Yeah.
Caught between two characters there.
Yeah.
You watch Siren and Matthias Krieg wander off into a nearby hallway and disappear from sight. We shall see how they get on. You are now
Both
left.
died. The end.
They both died at the end.
You are now left to your own devices. Blackhand and Company, what would you like to do?
There doesn't happen to be an armory we can go to hopefully find stuff to be able to help us in this place.
I mean, honestly, we do have an armory.
Mm-hmm. It is rather well stocked.
What was the
Oh.
woman's name again?
Sahir.
Tahir.
Sahir.
Sahir.
Yes, I'll type it out there.
We won't happen to have access to this, do we?
I mean, you do right now.
Huh, good. Where is it?
Maggie just laughs. I'll lead the way.
Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to find something to keep us from freezing. Neil will follow.
I just need a warm coat. It is fine.
Okay. Say for the purposes of this, you do find what would equate to cold weather gear. It's very nicely made, very finely tanned leathers. What looks like warg hide, and kind of what looks like yeti fur kind of collars around the neck.
Passes that off to Vellum because he's the only one who needs it.
He seems a little out of it, but takes it and basically wears it over everything else he's got on.
But there doesn't happen to be any items that would have like the magical property of resist cold or something like that.
Ooh.
Not that you
Seeing
can
as the
tell, no.
spellcast
I'm gonna be getting a potion of that.
Sorry, Balthazar, you wanted to tell that to Zahir, yeah?
The heater. Yes.
Zahir kind of responds, well, it took a very many number of our men to slay Malinis, yes. The best strategy we could have, well, the best strategy we had was to surprise her in her lair I've forgotten the name of the thing now. Hang on. Notes.
Fallen race.
The best strategy we can recommend is keep the element of surprise. The way that we managed to slay Malinis in her lair in Farenholm was through a strategy of surprise attacks.
Very well. I'd hoped there would be greater documentation.
Certainly not many people who attempted on Malinis's life live to tell the tale. There's not much information we do have about the fight. Only word of mouth.
He'll look up at this skull.
Tell me, just where do you think its mind would be?
What its mind would be? I'm not sure I follow.
The soft, pink organ we keep in our skulls.
Oh, right. Well, I would assume it would be in its head as any other creature's mind is placed.
It's a thick skull.
Dragon skulls are very thick.
He's gonna smirk for a moment and turn to Vellum.
You know, I think perhaps stabbing up under the jaw may be the easiest way to get to the brain.
I wouldn't know.
I would also be wary about that. They do have very ferocious frost breath that can freeze a man in an instant.
It is what they must do to eat him, yes?
Yes. Also be wary for the teeth. They are like razor sharp swords.
Then must find a potion. I need a potion to help me bear the cold.
Then I would recommend getting on to that as soon as possible. Your 5 days have already started.
Not much time.
Well,
Yeah, but
let
it is
us
something
prepare.
that they need. Well, you and I will
This
be able to
contract
handle
was
it.
issued by Dane.
Oh, I can attempt to check the stocks. I'm not sure if we've managed to get one in our supplies just yet, but I can check.
Do you have an alchemy shop?
We do have a number of potions for sale. There is no shop as it were.
Well, I misspoke. Do you have an alchemy workshop?
A workshop? That would be in the lower reaches of the keep. However, that is only available to members of the keep. We can, which if you so choose, sell you certain potions at a lower going rate than your usual alchemy shop.
Damn, I was going to actually make some. Okay, fine. What do they have in stock?
Okay, let me see here. Let me get the shop up. Oh, where did I save it? Saved it. Here we go. Okay. So there is what looks to be a potion of clairvoyance, a potion of fire breath, potion of flying, a potion of greater healing, many potions of regular healing, potion of water breathing, potion of resistance against acid, and one potion of cold resistance.
Only one potion of cold resist? Damn. Well, we have to take the potion of cold resistance. How much is it?
Right, let me check the pricing here.
Remember, we are getting the discount.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Oh no, that's not it. I had it here somewhere. I know I did. I wrote it. I literally wrote it all down. Sorry, go ahead and talk amongst yourselves while I sort this out. I'm trying to find it again.
It's all good.
So, Neil, do you think you can make more?
Maybe. I could possibly make more if I had the proper ingredients.
Here we go. So the price comes to around 250 gold.
I don't have enough of that.
If you alone. How much was it?
250 gold.
Liska, seeing them kind of in need, is just gonna just put down 25 platinum. Here. It seems you perhaps are woefully unprepared.
That's the gist of it.
Okay, so mark off 25 platinum and you now have a potion of cold resistance.
She hands it to the tiny kobold.
Thank you.
How long do you think you guys are gonna need to get ready?
I don't know for sure, but we need preferably a good amount of work before we head out.
Sahir,
Yes.
do we still have those white wolf cloaks?
The White Wolf cloaks, I do believe we do have some in stock, yes.
Okay. I think that perhaps being able to camouflage ourselves against the snow would be best, particularly for those that stand out, and she motions to herself.
and the black kobold.
Indeed, that'd be most preferable. Let me go grab them. She wanders off, brings back. So you wanted two or three, two. So two.
Prefer. How many people do we have right now? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, because they're not gonna have many. So
Yeah.
yeah.
There's 7 of them.
Yeah, so one for herself, the fucking dark blue mountain folk.
Yeah, because maximum they're gonna be able to provide is 2.
Yeah.
And one I'm assuming for Ebony Kobold.
Yeah, though it might be a bit big on you. Just gonna say.
Yeah. As soon as you put it on, they're already like. It's
Perhaps
not
can
magical per
you-
se.
Can you hide with somebody else? Here, hold on. And she kind of reaches down and picks Nero up, and then just kind of like holds her to her, like her chest, and then kind of like wraps the cloak around. It's like, okay, this could work. Perhaps the cloak.
is jealous.
Perhaps the. She sets Nero down. Perhaps somebody else can enjoy the size of that cloak.
Who stands out the most?
Might be best for Sam. She's gonna be shooting from afar. She's our best range. If it does fly, because those things fucking fly from what I know.
Oh yeah, they and are quite fast.
Yeah.
I would hope that we would catch it in its lair so it would not be flying. I am very good at
One thing I will say.
pinning things down.
One thing I will say is if it does manage to escape your grasp and take to the air, one thing I would suggest, one thing that did work well for the Bride of the Frozen Ruin, a couple of our men managed to mount her back while she was in flight and kill her from the sky.
That sounds incredibly dangerous and, in my opinion, stupid.
It was incredibly dangerous, but it seemed to work.
Well, the point still stands, I think.
Yeah, but look, if you want to get the job done, you got to be a little crazy.
It is the nature of this line of work, I'm afraid. Be
I'm
bold,
going
be
to
crazy,
say-
but be prepared.
I'm going to say a very un-orcish thing right now. Do you have access to poisons?
Oh.
Poisons. I'm not sure
We would have to get a bunch of them. Dragons tend to be hardy in that regard.
Poisons are much more a black market thing. I'm afraid we prefer to deal things above board.
I'm not talking about the deadly kind. I'm talking about the kind to hamper, not kill.
Ones you would tend to use in hunting parties.
We do have one vial of, let me see here.
I'm heading outside the city. See you out there, or if I don't come back soon.
Yeah, where you going? You need to go with the group.
I have preparations to make of my own. Don't worry, I'm not going ahead of you. God, no, I'm going ahead of you.
I'm just trying to.
You going alone?
Where is it?
I'm seeing how the weather looks, Mouth.
Enjoy your smithing.
We do have one small vial of chimera venom.
Ooh. Would I know what that is, being an alchemist?
Make a nature check.
Was that advantage because alchemy tools?
No.
Do you have a poison kit?
I don't have a poison kit. I thought that they were one and the same.
No.
Nope.
Yeah. Nope.
You have no idea what a chimera is? Poison sounds good.
Okay.
Or rather, venom, not poison.
You know, I do still have that, Babolith venom from before.
Oh, then that should serve you well.
That might work well.
Indeed. But,
Balthazar, I'm going to say something right now that's gonna mighty piss you off, I guess. We need to split the party so we can do shopping for the least amount of time we have.
Oh, that is fine, but we should not go all alone. At least
I'm
go
aware.
in pairs. Okay.
You know,
I need oils, I need gunpowder, preferably the burning kind of oil. I also need a set of iron spikes, linen cloths, possibly a bit of chain as well. And let's see if I've done my math correctly. Possibly one bottle of alchemical fire if we can get it. I have a very, very stupid idea to test.
how much gold do you have on you?
And I'd like to hear what the idea is before we commit to it.
My younger brother had an episode once where he tried to swallow something he found in the wild when we were hunting. The only issue was it was tearing up his throat partway down. I did manage to get it out, but it did make me realize one thing. Be careful what you swallow, because it will bite back. If we can get a powder kick into the dragon's throat with iron spikes and alchemical fire, it could blow up, perforate the throat, and it will likely either drown or suffocate.
It would also most likely completely destroy its gizzard, along with many other things.
I mean, its head, its eyeballs.
Depends on the powder load. Remember, it's a dragon. Tough outer skin, thick flesh, muscles, tissue. Might be a neck.
This is an explosion on the inside of his throat. This is different.
Sal just looks at Balthazar like he's talking to a door, I guess. You know, I have done my fair share of math on this point.
Yes, but
And I've done math too. If we collect every single thing and double the reward, split it evenly, assuming we're all alive, we get maybe 3,000 gold. It's not a lot for the risk of a dragon.
That might be correct. Gold is your strong suit, gunpowder is mine. It's a risky idea and a dumb one, as I said, but it would kill the dragon rather quickly.
I mean,
if it succeeds, or if it even damages it, we do not know the capabilities of a dragon.
I mean, since this is the son of the bitch, so we don't know what he has up his sleeves.
From what I hear,
how could we make it explode?
But we're wasting daytime. We could use that as a last resort. That way we have a chance to still collect the rewards from harvesting it. But if we feel like we're going to die, then yeah, we can blow its head up.
But we would have to have powder to even do that.
alchemical fire.
Very well.
Like I said, I listed off the things I need. Will it absolutely work? I am not sure. Will it be a shot in the dark? Absolutely. Would it possibly kill the dragon in one go? Maybe. So, as a last course of action, I say we have that the sideline for now. Let's just get a hold of the amenities we need.
And I shall
Agree?
come with you so I can pick up some more alchemy supplies. Hopefully, make more healing potions for us because we're going to need them. And
How
see if I
long
can
will it
make
take you
it
to
to
make
it.
them?
You could make them in the cart on the way.
Indeed, but I would still need to get the supplies.
Shall we be off?
We shall.
I mean, someone
Okay.
also needs to keep an eye on Vellum.
So, as you all head out into the city,
That
So-
was my plan.
like, just give me a list of what you would like to buy, and I'll see what's available, as it were.
Best to write it in text so it's clearer.
Yeah.
I'll type it out in the Roll20 chat. Just give me a minute.
Yes.
Jainer,
Yes.
going outside in the time it takes for them to get themselves all sorted and get out to where Vellum would be, how much time would you say is months?
Getting all sorted. I'll say about 30 minutes.
Oh, not long at all, never mind, can't Smith. I honestly thought with a big old fucking city it might take longer.
Oh, right. No, sorry. I thought you meant kind of meeting in the Hunter's Keep. So taking.
So thinking as it is now, Vellum would have left when he left, and he's going
Right.
outside, and the Hunter's Keep is basically right next to them.
Yes.
They all need to go deeper into town to get whatever
Right.
they need from wherever they need, and then come back and out.
Right.
So,
Okay. I understand now. So that would, depending on what they want to buy, it will probably take about 6 hours. This is going to. This is lots of preparation here. This is going to take half of the day.
that is perfect. I can get a good number of Smith checks done. I can actually get some. I can make Vellum better prepared for this fucking gauntlet we're about to leap face first into.
And fix the necklace.
Priorities. I would rather get my weapon at a larger crit range than fix the necklace right now.
Necklace comes secondary.
Okay. So
Survival first.
gunpowder. You would probably find gunpowder. Make I'll say.
Agna, Liska, you know this place. Where would we find some gunpowder?
Liska and Magna,
Believe
you would know that that gunpowder it's often used to excavate, excavate tunnels in the
Mines.
Crystal Fen mines, yeah.
I
And
was about
you
to say that.
would also find usually the Gristlebeard Industrial Complex often it utilizes quite a lot of gunpowder in this aspect. You would have to purchase a bit of supply off of there, yeah.
It's most of the gunpowder. I do not personally use it myself, but most gunpowder in Dunhollow is used in the mines. You would probably have to go to the suppliers for them. You might be paying a lot. They're not used to individual sales. It'd be more like wholesales, something like that, bulk.
Oh shit, Vellum, what'd you do?
I got my attachment finished in one go because I was super paranoid I wouldn't be able to.
Nice.
You almost critted that.
Dude, it's a +6 to the DC, and in order to get 2 points, you need more than 20 normally. So I had to get at least 26 to get the 2 points I needed.
Nice. Okay,
Nailed
so
it.
spending a bit of time going through the Silver District through to the Stone District. Gunpowder here is from the Gristlebeard Industries. That's it. They don't normally sell it to individuals, as Siska said. It's normally for kind of official use in the mines. Selling it to individuals would be at a premium.
But what if we told them we were going to use it to blow up a dragon?
You could attempt to make a persuasion check.
Wait, who's here by any chance?
You,
Just
Liska,
me.
maybe Sal.
You're
Sal
here.
is definitely here.
Okay.
Well, of course.
Split the party. Okay, let's see. Vellum's
And
there.
I just need to know who came with me so I can possibly get advantage.
Or, well, actually, let's see. I don't know if, like, if you ask, Liska would just be kind of doing her own thing unless someone specifically asked her to come along.
Yeah.
Like, you asked her, oh, where's this? And she'd be like, oh, you can probably find it at this place. And then y'all, like, if y'all leave, unless you want her to come with or something. And Siren's doing her own thing off in the back.
So, gunpowder would see, that would cost you around 300 gold.
But you see, we are having to be doing our first hunt for the Hunter's Keep, and we've been given a quite difficult task, which this gunpowder may be the key to saving our lives.
Okay, persuasion check.
Yes, 24.
Okay, so the individual that you're talking to, very sort of very sort of blue collar worker type individual, very kind of factory manager. Kind of dirt stain across his face, kind of what looks like a bit of ash, kind of staining his arms. He says, "All right, fine. If you just stop bothering me, got work to do."
Indeed, we shall.
So that lowers it to lower it to 275.
Best I can do.
I got 100 gold to my name currently, and we just sort of went each of our way without consulting, Gold Daddy Balthasar over there.
Finances, yes. You didn't take the walking bank with you, that's the problem.
Creative plans are expensive.
I thought he was coming with. Where'd he go?
I went to go get Vellum.
Okay, so Balthazar and Vellum is over there.
I'm with Balthazar.
Alright then.
At what point was Balthazar gone to get Vellum? Would it have been right away or after he did his affairs?
He wouldn't do any errands first. I'll let him finish.
Okay. So what are you three doing then? Out in the front of that keep?
If Magna's going with them, let's go probably come with.
Okay.
There's my shopping list.
Right. Okay, the gunpowder, cotton cloth. Okay.
Well,
So cotton.
okay. Who probably was talking to this guy.
It's very quiet.
Don't know why. Jesus.
There we go.
Okay. I was saying basically, Magna will be talking to this guy. What she heard from Sal during their talk at the Silver District.
Liska wouldn't have gone with him. She would have gone with you instead.
I know,
Like,
I'm saying.
Oh, sorry, continue.
I was saying that Magna will be discussing with Liska exactly what she heard from Sal when they were at the Silver District. I think a few minutes ago. Before they came to the Hunter's Keep.
Oh. Sorry, yes, forgot. I was role-playing as Siren, and...
Derp.
I hear.
That's what you get for multi-boxing, man.
Well, now you know why Siren's gone right now. I mean, it is interesting. Like, I understand honor and things like that, but to have someone hunt you down to a different continent, yeah, I don't know, that is odd. And I'm not one of... A tired bodyguard is a bad bodyguard. I don't know, it is just... I would not make the suggestion of possibly nodding off while trying to protect your target, like your mark. But then again, if we were bodyguarding, I would have multiple people taking care of the individual, so you can keep watch around them at all times. Things of that nature.
I mean, yeah, but the orc boy Vellum here thought it was a bright idea to stay up all night just before the hunt. I mean, you know, I was a doctor in the past during my military days, so he didn't want to listen about getting a power nap, so whatever.
You can't make people sleep unless you punch them hard enough, but I don't think that will help us any longer.
This guy, I told you before, I'm not mean. I'm a hard ass, but I'm not mean.
I'm just saying, like, be pragmatic. Like, if being unconscious is very similar to sleeping.
You know, this is the one reason why I love you being around, is that you're very simple, and I love you for that.
I will take that as a compliment.
Good.
But yes, that is. Is there something? And I'm assuming they're like walking after Balthazar. If Balthazar went out, Liska was asked where to find gunpowder by Neril and Sao. And then Magna went after Balthazar and Liska went after them. So I assume they're all kind of in the general vicinity of each other.
Yeah, I'll for the sake of brevity, I'll say yeah.
Okay. She looks at Balthazar. Shit, fuck, I was gonna say something. I don't remember what it was because I had to ask that question. Let's see if
I could move over to Saoyun and Neril while you think.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Saoyun and Neril, both of you, I mean, cotton cloth is easy enough to get. You find it at silvered threads and hatted heads. It specializes in various kinds of haberdashery, and various very fine clothes. So, let's see. Who is this owned by, actually? Let me.
I mean, don't ask us. We don't know.
I'm
We don't fucking live here.
You know what the fun thing is? I actually made this bomb recipe before.
Okay, so it's owned by Vera and Werner Zurichsen. Both human, but both very kind of old, haggard human women, grey in the face, and they both seem to finish each other's sentences. It's unnerving, sort of twins.
Lesbian aunts.
Not quite. You're a bit off-put by them. You're not sure why, but still, that they do sell you 1 square yard of cotton cloth for 5 silver.
Fair enough.
Now let's see, who else are you going to? Iron spikes and chain. Those would be Hammerhome. That would be owned by. That would be owned by Bravik Cinderbraid. And let's see, iron spikes easy enough to come across. They are used in the. He tells you that that they use in the construction of the Dune Hollow tramway, and the kind of lines that the steam engine seems to goes across. The chain itself. It's always got chain prepared. You can easily buy that as well. So mark off 2 gold for the iron spikes, 20 iron spikes, and 10 feet of chain for 5 gold.
Yeah. I put in the prices for the total sum of each item.
Yeah.
The alchemical fire is a bit of a stretch, but I'm hoping.
I'll say for the alchemical fire, make an investigation check.
I mean, I found ingredients on how to make alchemist fire. You know, with
Yeek.
that.
8.
Oh,
It's-
Seeing as I'm with Sal, can I give advantage? Seeing if she describes what she's looking for, I can keep an eye out for it.
Normally it's not. Normally supposed to proclaim this before the roll, but
I didn't get the chance.
yeah.
Yeah,
We need to not be so gung ho with our roles and just let people help us.
Since this is a creative plan and I'm all about being creative, I'll allow it. Sure.
Jenner, I have sent you a sneaky Discord message.
Sneaky
Peruse
Discord.
it when you can.
Yeah.
13, better.
13. I mean, you gather that some alchemy shops might sell it. You're not sure whether or not they have it in stock, but you know that there is one alchemy shop called Toba's Tinctures. So, if you look in there, you might be able to find it. You might not. It's with the 13, you're unsure.
Better than nothing. It's a stretch, like I said, but
All right. So heading over to Toba's Tinctures. Okay, so you do enter a sort of a very kind of nice, homely looking alchemy shop. You can see various bits of alchemical supplies, small potions kind of stacked up on the side. And you see over the counter, you see a very elderly looking, very homely looking mountain folk woman. Kind of greyish white hair, kind of tumbling down her back, wrinkles, bit of a hunch. Looks very former obscuring dress of some tribal dress of some sort. Lots of furs, and it looks very what's the word? Kind of Inuit in theme, as it were.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Denmark owns Greenland, so bad way of putting it, but I'm aware.
Can I help you?
Yes. I am preparing for a rather special hunt, and I'm looking for alchemical fire, or something akin to it.
Alchemical fire. Let me see. But she kind of hobbles around the back, which given her height of about 9 feet, it's almost comedic to see such a large individual kind of act so frail, as it were. She kind of hobbles around back. You see you hear a few kind of clinking of glass. Let's see here, what's on her list. So go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. I'm just trying to find my notes on this.
Everyone scatters to the four winds, and Jenna's poor brain snaps.
What are you doing?
Oh, come back!
What's going on? Somebody help chime in and distract while I think.
Alright,
Chirp, chirp, chirp. Nothing.
So-
Concoction again.
I
Alice,
still can't think of what I was going to say.
Yes.
I didn't actually catch what you said about Balthazar's timing. Was he doing his errands first and coming back later,
he's going
or was
home
going
first.
right there first?
Ellen first.
Okay.
Okay, so Alchemist's Fire. She does have one very old kind of Alchemist's Fire flask. Being that it seems to be the only one in the shop. It's sold at a premium. This would be Let's see here. The price, that would be 75 gold pieces.
Bleeding myself dry here.
If it's gonna take down a dragon, might be worth it.
Dragon hunting, serious business.
If there's a horde, maybe. We don't know.
All dragons have hordes.
It's probably a horde of frozen bodies
I'm
for num-nums later.
pretty sure those bodies at least have something on them, but we'll see, we'll see. Alright, how much did you say it was?
It would be 75 gold pieces.
Nodding slightly and a bit hesitantly taking out the needed gold. Saw will just sort of place it on the counter to her.
She's gonna
In
take.
neat piles of 10 and then 5 at the end.
Okay. She takes them all kind of up in a kind of small satchel. She keeps it aside. Thank you, dear. She kind of hands you over the alchemical potion, and she seems to have only noticed you, but then she kind of leans over, kind of form looming over the large desk here, and looks over to Nero. Oh, and aren't you just a sweet little one? She kind of leans down and kind of pinches your cheek like a granny would do.
Look at the dirty little baby.
Except her fingers
All the
together.
mountain folk be like, this kobold's so fucking tiny.
The kobold is the cutest.
Thank you.
Look how small she is.
And she kind of dotes on you for a little bit, and it's becoming a little bit unbearable. But you do actually make your separate ways.
Actually, no. I need to see if I can get something from here.
Oh yes, you do. Right. So what was it? You trying to buy supplies for what?
Healing potions, and if they are considered to be able to be made by me, ingredients to make potions of cold resistance.
Potions of cold resistance, though. That's that would be an uncommon item that might not be able to be made within the time span you're given with the contract. These are pretty significant potions. However, she does give you supplies to make creating healing potions isn't like gather the things and then whack and you're done. These are painstakingly crafted throughout a number of days.
Right?
But you do gather the ingredients for three healing potions. Those are regular healing potions. And you're going to have to, in order to make these, you're going to have to spend the next 2 days uninterrupted just creating these. As being on the open snowy road, you're not going to have the necessary things to get this done in a quicker space of time.
Which means we're going to have someone else be driving.
Pretty much.
Because Neil now can't do it.
See if one of the newcomers can drive a wagon.
I mean, whenever they meet back up, you can ask.
Is there anything else you wanted to buy? Oh, the ball bearings, yes.
Yes.
Okay, you make your way back out into the city. The ball bearings. Let's see here. You can probably buy at any general store, really. The basic tusk is one.
Hi, can we just, for the sake of expedience...
Yes. Yep. So the basic tusk, owned by Ugashi Greyhowl. He is an orcish individual, which is strange. Very rare. Not seeing an orcish individual in a dwarvish capital city of all places is a very strange sight for you.
I know.
Well, she's seen too.
Well, you don't count the half-breed, seeing as they're in the party.
I was talking about the one that tried to kill her in this one, but that works too.
One that owns a store of all things. So he does sell you a bag of ball bearings, about 3 gold pieces.
I need 3 of them.
Okay.
That's why I said times 3 and then
Okay, so that'd be 9 gold for 3 bags.
no.
Oh.
Yeah.
1 bag of 100 ball bearings is 1.
Is 1 gold. Right, okay, I understand.
So it's
That's
3
what-
gold
that's-
for all 3.
Right, okay then. So yeah, 3 gold pieces. Right. What else would everyone like to do in preparation? That's
Did you
Sayun's
check my
list taken
message?
care of. Taking care of basic idea of how Erudite works. Okay. I'll say make an Arcana check.
Vellum making an Arcana check.
Yes,
this.
that
Let's
thing
see how
he
this
is
goes.
really good at.
What could possibly go wrong? I expected
It's-
worse, honestly.
It's very, very difficult to say how Erudite itself works. You gather that there can be some enchantments to make it unstable, as told to you, as shared. The information is shared by Crovin with the enchantment to
I'm thinking more just shaping it as a
Shaping.
physical. And also, I do
Um,
have erudite instruction handy.
Yes, you gather from the erudite refinement process that was a very, very specific process in order to enchant it with that very specific enchantment.
Ah, right, okay.
The enchantment being for it to emanate large amounts of magical energy when exposed to corrosive substances.
So there's no chance of him just melting down and attempting to just have at it and shape it crudely.
Probably not with this refined erudite. You would probably need some raw erudite, kind of unrefined by this specific process. As for shaping erudite, erudite itself it's fairly malleable. It can be shaped without much effort.
That's what I would like to do, shaping.
Okay. So
Doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be pretty, just has to
Alright,
be...
how would you like to shape it?
I have described in the message and it is a secret.
Aha, right.
Second line.
In the shape of a dick.
I mean,
Erudite dildo, magically attuned to please you.
Right, okay.
Christ, I'm reminded of those brightly luminescent ones, because this thing is like a weird crystalline yellow,
Yeah.
gold sort of color.
This refined piece of erudite is very much shaped like
An egg, if I recall.
yeah,
dick.
sort of like an egg.
I figure I'd just wonk a chunk off like I did before and
Yeah.
fiddle with that a bit.
I'll say just make a smith check with dexterity.
Aha, excellent. That is my best stat. 19.
Okay. So you spend a best part of an hour just kind of gradually shaping this small.
No spoilers.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
you
a secret.
Yeah,
Gradually shaping this dildo.
you spend it.
Shaping
you
this
spend,
redacted, yes.
Yeah. You spend it shaping it into the form you would like,
Excellent.
and that's
the
with
quality.
that's with
crude
the
is like,
the chunk of the raw erudite, not the refined one.
Yeah.
All right then. Anything else anyone want to do?
didn't Balthazar want to talk to Vellum, I think? We were going to go back to them, but there was a whole kerfuffle about whether the mountain folk were with him or whatnot.
Oh, they were with, we were with Balthazar.
Yeah, you had a question you were trying to remember, even, weren't you?
Yes, and I did remember it.
Yeah,
So the why it seems kind of odd that they would split your group up, particularly for like the test hunt. Is there something? And Matthias was also involved. Is there something odd about that demoness, Siren, what her name is?
There are many odd things, yes. But if I had to guess, It is because she has recently become sanctioned.
Oh,
Sanction?
you mean like? Wait, what do you mean sanctioned?
To practice the greater arts of undeath.
Hmm.
Oh, that is interesting. You all seemed very,
Tense for a moment
sh
there.
yes, shocked about her not being included. Is she that much of an asset?
Yes and no. She is the better part of a coin.
And I.
But against a white dragon, much of her magics may not fare greatly.
Hmm.
But without her, our ability to control the area is almost non-existent.
Oh, so he helped control the battlefield, more or less.
Yes, it is troubling because we have trained to fight together. Now we have to test different strategies.
And I'm going to just take a shot out on the limb here. That other half of that coin is you.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Hmm.
We have a unique dynamic, you could say.
Well, if you are looking for someone to control the battlefields, I can do similar things. I do not think it will be by magical means, but I am good at keeping things where they need to be.
Yeah, as soon as Leslie keeps something down, it will stay down unless she wants it to get back up. And then back down again.
Can you say the same for a giant dragon?
Hmm. I would,
Yes, I will say yes.
I would just say this. When she has it locked down, I can pretty much make sure I can go ham.
Well, I like your tenacity. I shall hope that we do not get killed.
I mean, honestly, I hope the same. I have a lot of things to be done. I don't want to be spitting them in the grave.
Well, we should prepare. I have some ideas.
I'm all ears.
The first, I would like to know from the experienced hunter. What do you wish to do?
In what way? Aside from killing the dragon?
How do you wish to kill this dragon? You are the wiser hunters. I will set my ego aside to listen to your experience.
Well, besides making sure we scope out his lair for traps, that's for one. Considering that this sons of the bitch, and from the east, where my stories I got from others, the dragons tend to be very cautious, at least in some regard. So
It's definitely something.
go ahead.
The biggest threat to our success is if the dragon takes flight. Again, I can keep it to the ground, but it will likely be focusing on me throughout it. So, anybody else who can possibly, I do not know, do their best to maintain me would be greatly appreciated, because I will be the one that is anchoring her down, him down.
Yeah, the bastard. I'll just nickname him the bastard and be done with it. Forget fucking proper titles and shit.
Well, that aside, I am thinking if there's any items we should get to prepare. I
Well-
know dragons have great breaths. He was told this one breathes cold.
In
Perhaps-
that regard, both Magna and I will be okay. Well, more so okay than perhaps the rest of you, but something that will take off the bite of the colds would be best for the rest of you. I do not know specifically if the dragon has any weaknesses per se of the elemental nature. One would almost think fire, but again, I do not know specifically. Keep it to the ground. Keep it in a place where it will not be able to move as well. Stay separated as so as to have the fewest amount of people caught in its breath. And then maim it and kill it. Maybe perhaps particularly the wings so it cannot fly away and it must crawl. Things of that nature. It's a fucking dragon. There's not many ways that you can. There is not much variation on how you take down a dragon.
I mean, sneak attack. I'll point on being very precise with coordination of the group to attack it full on, and no one being stupid. Look, I've been stupid before, and Laska saved my ass multiple times.
Yeah.
But we don't need any in this group trying to play hero.
No, I am worried that we'll have no one. There isn't enough to do that. My concerns is of my group. We have many fools, but we shall see if they live.
I heard you say that you think they have, what is it, less than a 20% chance to survive?
Yes, yes, I do.
Please
They
explain
are-
these fools in your group.
We have many who are reckless. From a reckless fighter who swings a blade with all of his might until he collapses from fatigue, to a small rock that throws itself carelessly away into combat. Fool who burns anything in sight, till nothing is left but a fog of dark ash no one can see through. And then we have a very interesting marksman.
There seems to be some gears missing in this cohesion of yours.
I can barely hear you, Black Spice.
I have no idea why this is fucking happening.
Well, regarding the gears that may be missing, understand that if anything is done to jeopardize our lives on this mission, it would be dealt with quickly.
Oh, I know. I've saved the lives of two already. One I pulled back from death. I told them, if they are the cause of failure to others, perish in the wastes. Rest assured, I will not let them damn us all.
Good. As much as I would like more people in the Hunter's Keep, we are a family after all, and a growing family is best. I do not want fools who put each other in jeopardy. So keep them in line. You seem to be the leader or one of them.
I shall try. Instead, I have a question for you two. If things go wrong, and it looks we're all about to die, are you the type to fight to the death, or seek to live another day?
First, it depends on the situation.
You are trapped in a white dragon's lair. Many of the idiots have fallen, and now perhaps us three, maybe a fourth, remains.
Given that it is a dragon,
Death spiral.
in this situation, given that it is a dragon, I would probably fight to the death because we would not be escaping.
Yeah, that thing does not. It doesn't take prisoners, so might as well just go all in.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly,
And if
because
there was a way out, would you take it?
If there was a way
Knowing
out,
it means it would fail this hunt, and your membership would be lost.
that is a tough situation, an odd one, oddly specific. I do not know. I think that
You gather that this only applies to, say, that the prospective members, not existing members of the hunt who have volunteered to be part of the escort crew.
Oh, yeah, okay, so it wouldn't apply to them.
I would live to fight another day. As much as it pains me to see a bunch of idiots die, I prefer to live. I have things I still need to do, as Magna has said so herself.
yeah,
Very well. I will bear this in mind. But for now, just
always
find
have
that
contingency
smith.
plans.
How about you, Balthazar? Would you leave her friends to die if it means you live?
That is the weird thing.
She has stopped and she's just staring at like Balthazar waiting.
I'll stop and think for a moment and turn.
Magna stops as well.
Did they cross me?
In so much as being slain by a dragon.
I generally do not believe there is great use for a corpse beyond attempting to return it to life. My friend, she has a different perspective on that. We
Apparently
have
so.
different ideas of life. But if there is no chance to win, there is a chance to live on.
Even if it means leaving your potentially still alive allies?
If they are still alive, I would not want to leave them. If they are already within the belly, well, I do not know anything that could save them from that.
Bliska's just like, okay.
I'm definitely taking it
Inside
further
check.
from
No, it's like, okay.
I thought I was fine.
Very
Five and a
trusting.
6.
Very trusting.
Well, it's not like. I mean, there's an obvious reason. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
from what she's. Like, well, I'm just inside checks for shiggles. But, like, just what he has said and what he has spoken about, it's just like, huh, interesting. But yeah, it's like, okay. It's like, well, it is good to know the measure of a man before you go into battle with him.
But it's also good to know the worth of a man during the battle.
Well, we haven't seen his worth yet.
Not yet, but I'm keeping that in mind, though.
Here.
South you.
And on that note, shall we pan over to someone else?
Yes.
What about
Uh,
Grunka?
Yeah, what is
Grunka.
Grunka?
Cookie.
Grunka, what are you doing? You've not spoken
Grunka.
much this entire session. We're
What is the
getting-
rock doing?
Getting a bit worried.
What is he cooking? I honestly don't know what he would do. He would probably. honestly don't even know who he is with.
Who is he with?
I think he's on his own.
I don't know.
Unless he went with Sal and Neil.
I'll say for the sake of brevity, he's been with Saoyun and Nero the whole time. Just
Awkwardly being the
silently.
third wheel
yeah.
in the moment. Do you think that it flies, right?
It does.
You think we could get a net or hooks or something?
I don't think there's a net big enough in this place for a dragon, and there's not enough of us for a hook. I had planned
we
on
could
20 wings.
we could anchor the hooks. Okay, kind of pulls out his climber's kit with the pitons and stuff. Like, you know, but bigger.
Something like that sounds expensive.
Would be possible, yes. Be effective, maybe.
I still say the best bet would be one of our spellcasters or even Sound to try to take out one of its wings. Through magic or... you call it artillery?
I think the greatest adversary we have is, well, my specialty, ranged combat. Both you, Gronka, and Vellum are not exactly the ranged capable.
Indeed, but yeah.
It was just a thought.
That's a good
we
thought.
do have the item from the handyman group we took down.
Oh yeah, that searing chain thing?
Yes. I'm aware of its meaning. However, I do think it would be a great asset to you, Branka.
Yeah.
Plus, if you manage to anchor your weapon on it, you could pull yourself to it.
Maybe.
the
The ankle.
But it does sound very risky.
It does. It does.
Because if dragon flies away or is up in the air, it's a long way down.
That it is a very long way down.
Indeed. But if you do manage to lodge a weapon into the dragon, or even somehow hook the chain onto it, can't you heat the metal to cause, like, a lot of pain?
I could, but there is one requirement. That is, hopefully nobody else is holding on to it.
Oh, it's an all or nothing. I thought you could, like, pick an area.
No.
Good to know.
It is either all the metal or none of it. It's a cruel tactic to use on somebody wearing plate mail, I'll tell you that.
Or when they've, latched a hook onto themselves.
Or that.
Okay, and at this point, everyone kind of meets up at the central courtyard in front of the Hunter's Keep. This is about 6 hours later. You've spent half the day preparing. So, what would you all like to do?
Well, I guess we spent a lot of time prepping. May as well get on the road. We only have so many days to do this, I think.
On the road
Yeah.
again.
I guess Grunk is gonna pose his idea to the other people, just in case.
Always good to be in.
Did you want to buy any horses, or are you just relying on
Well, we're
ra-
definitely getting them cold weather gear.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Our horses might not be fit for this.
Oh, okay.
But do we even have the funds to get horses who are?
I'll say
You're looking for a ram.
yeah.
Mm.
Make
Oh, right,
an-
yeah, sorry. How
make
culturally
a-
insensitive of me.
She.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone make a nature check, I'll say.
Ah, fuck.
Well, yeah.
Uh,
What's a sheep?
Heh.
Nature check, you say?
Neil was just not even paying attention to this whole conversation. She's already too terrified at the prospect of fighting a dragon of all things. Jesus Christ, guys.
I think Sao is the only one with the plus in intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Genius in a
Sayun,
room of idiots.
Sayun, that the thought of going on the road, gather that maybe giant rams would be your best bet instead of horses. You know that giant goats are they are resistant to cold damage. There's also the prospect of getting a giant war ram.
Oh yeah.
You know that giant war rams, they're widely used by the Silver Kingdom's cavalry and military. Although in this kind of relatively peaceful period in history, giant war rams can be bought and sold at quite a hefty premium. As far as history has shown, dwarves have been breeding giant rams since records began, and because of their versatility, this also makes them very good mounts for war. And selective breeding has kind of altered the species quite significantly, creating two distinct species. Giant war rams are much stronger than their more docile counterparts, as they are bold to the point of foolhardiness. Their denser muscle allows them to run faster and bear much larger loads. They're quite the companion for the travelling adventurer.
I think we'll go with regular non-war,
Alright.
because A, having a war
Costless.
ram is one thing, but B, as aggressive as good as they might be, I am pretty fucking sure it's gonna be too pricey at this point, because I've more or less spent everything I own.
How
I
much
mean,
is
also-
a war ram? And how big is a war ram?
Right. A war ram is considered a large creature, about as big as a horse. They are a bit more expensive than war horses. They're about 650 gold each.
I got enough of that.
So is Liska? So Liska's a large creature.
Yes.
Would this war ram be able to hold Liska?
Probably not.
No.
Okay.
I think it's specified that
Has
if
to be
you're
larger.
going to mount a creature, it has to be one size larger than you to
Yeah.
carry, unless it has powerful build.
Oh, hey. Do they have powerful builds?
Mechanically, no.
Okay.
Darn.
Then no. This is why a small sized creature ranger can basically ride their companion mount if they're beast conclave.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's just sometimes you never know.
Would you like to purchase a giant war ram or a giant goat?
Nah.
Well, how much are they?
The giant goats, those are. Let's see here. The giant goats, they are 75 gold each. The war rams
too
are
bad.
650.
6 Yeah,
650.
that's a lot.
For basically, from what I understand, a combat mount.
Yes.
It's probably a
Well,
lot harder, but yes.
Hey, it's a chunky boy.
Usually combat mounts don't flee at the sight of fighting.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about controlling them as much.
Yep.
So when we get attacked by a ice elemental, it will go to headbutt it instead of running away.
And not get frostbite.
That too.
Mhm.
Would you accept? Magna will probably just give you a loan to buy it.
Oh, Wara? Okay, neat.
Is the handout
Yeah.
as well.
It's a big boy.
Okay,
That is a-
650 gold for
chonky boy.
what's basically a warhorse, right?
So it's basically a warhorse with the ability to withstand cold.
With legs of tree trunks.
And
Sure.
horns.
I don't know, man. Horns are.
Look at that chunky boy.
He's
I was gonna say,
fucking
if we can
yuck.
Run
as
faster
horns,
and
does that
bear
have
larger
to
loads.
medical
What's you're
gore?
saying? They can bear large loads.
That'll be for, say, drawing a large cart, as it were, not necessarily riding.
Yes. He just put Liska on the skateboard. It'll be fine.
We need to find one with horns just
Potentially.
like Balthazar, so we'll have to buy.
You could potentially do that if you were if you had the ingenuity.
Nah,
And-
it's fine.
So now we have a war ram.
Yep.
Do we?
Do you?
I'm just gonna.
Are you gonna
I'll
buy
pay
a
for it.
war ram?
Yeah, I'm buy a ram. I got enough money for it.
All right then.
Like, Liska's gonna lean over. It's like, they have to be alive to pay you back, right?
Look, it's a investment that is going to be raising in value if they are alive. If they don't, well, I just keep the war ram.
Okay, so I'll give you the giant war ram. You can now edit and use its abilities.
I vote we call him Jeffrey.
Overruled, no.
You didn't buy him. This ain't a democracy.
Magna will look over to Liska. Since you wanted the war ram so badly, why don't you name him?
I can't use him. He's
I
not
know, but you
strong
can name
enough.
him though.
Bastion.
Bastion it is then.
I'll plop him in your party.
Bastion.
In
We're
fact,
gonna need a pet section eventually.
yeah.
Indeed.
In fact, I'll edit all players. There you go. Giant war ram.
We've got a Webby, we've got a War Goat, we've got a Glim.
We have Raven and Bill.
Yep, you have Bill and Raven, and now you have Bastion.
Bastion.
I love the fact that the first pair of horses we got, they were called Ebony and Ivory, and were literally like so fucking cool, badass type thing, and gone. Now we have Bill and Raven.
They got eaten by a troll.
Yep.
Headed troll.
Yeah, they got fucked up. And when somebody went back to go and try and look for them, they got their scent tracked, and well, now we killed that troll.
Hey,
You begin to make your way out of the city and onto the main road. On the hunt for a dragon.
And Neil instantly starts to crafting.
Alright then. Make an alchemy check.
Okay. Let's see, am I proficient in this? Yes, I am.
you better fucking be.
Yeah.
Hope so.
Oh, wait, I probably should have asked if anyone wanted to help before
Yep.
Oh, well.
Actually, what modifier are you using for it?
It has to be. It's based off my intelligence.
Oh,
Alright.
Why?
no, because it's just a 3.
Yes.
But
So
14's not too bad.
14 to start us off.
Okay. 14. Okay, so you get most of the way to your first healing potion over the course of most of the rest of this day.
Alright.
As you are
while we're-
making your way. Oh, go ahead.
You go
I
first, Dutch.
would like to have Sao prepare the bomb,
Right. All right then. Make
which
a
means
tinker's
I
check.
will have to bind the cloth around, accompanying with the chain and the iron spikes, as well as pouring the ball bearings into the keg itself and mixing it up so that when it goes off, they go flying everywhere.
Just don't add the trigger until you're outside the car.
Oh no,
Right.
no, no, no. Yeah, chemical
Okay.
fires one I'll keep separate until we need to place it.
Okay. Yeah. Make a tinker's check.
Got all the crafting nerds in the fucking wagon, because I'm gonna do some jeweler's tools check.
Sing!
Oh, nice.
Nice.
All right. So, being
Very
that this is a fairly complicated contraption, it's you do get most of the way to your bomb, as it were. It's a bit difficult, kind of having to compete with the kind of rickety the rickety carriage, Venom's carriage, but you do.
How dare you? Rickety, we just got this shit souped up.
Oh no, it's
Bumpy
it's
road.
bumpy road. That's it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get across. You do get most of the way to your first bomb.
Hey,
I only have enough for one.
All right.
Yeah.
So your one bomb then. You may have to do another tinker's check tomorrow.
I'm gonna do jeweler's tools to try and fix Sal's fucking necklace.
All right then.
hey,
I don't know what the
Quick.
DC is, so make one up as you feel.
Quick question.
Yes.
How would it take a single day to get, or how long would it take in the cart to get to where we think the dragon is?
To get to that would
Because
be
if it's
2
if it's
days.
gonna be like too long, like to go there and back, then Liska's gonna pointedly say we cannot take the cart.
It would be 2 days travel to get to where you imagine this creature would be.
Okay.
by cart.
Yes.
Wouldn't the cart be faster since we don't have steeds for all of us?
Yeah, we also have a giant war ram.
The giant war ram definitely helps. It's speed of let's see here.
Speed of a mountain barging down a hill.
speed of 60 feet.
And it was a good
60,
investment.
holy shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
giant war rams.
And it
They
isn't-
don't mess about.
And it isn't blocked by difficult terrain like
Yeah.
snow and mountain shit.
Like I said, good investment.
Yeah, and you also have a number of commands, command words to do it as well.
Sweet.
To do different attacks.
We'll have to teach this to Neil, being the animal handling person. But anywho.
Oh, grungy.
Hey,
So
But yes, how does a 19 get me on
19.
the broken necklace?
Actually, I think I can look that up. Give me but a moment.
19 or what? What did
he's
you know
fixing
the,
the chain on the necklace.
fixing the
the
chain?
necklace that broke when Sal got stabbed.
Okay.
Nero gave it to Venom to fix, and he's finally getting.
You said you wanted to do something to Saoyun?
The
She was looking up the DC for something like that.
Oh.
Okay.
there's no set DC, but I would suggest following the one that says modify a gem's appearance, which is
Yeah,
a 15.
I saw the kit. Didn't know if it was applicable, but there are some statistics.
What is the DC for that?
15 to quote unquote modify. But
Alright,
in this
so
case, I would say
no-
repair.
No issue. You do find chain's a little bit shorter. I mean, It's okay. It's Nero's neck. Nero's neck is tiny, so you
Well,
do
it's
you do kind of
sour, yes.
It
oh for
goes
Sal.
around Sal's neck.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
it was from Nero to Sound.
Well, there is still enough slack for it to be be able to fit around Sal's head and around her neck. You do have to kind of sacrifice a few of these tiny little chain links, but no issue. Even with the kind of cobblestone path, you do manage to repair it.
Which is impressive, because that's delicate fucking work.
Oh yes.
So, Nero, I finished your repair job.
In fact,
Oh, thank you.
I would have said do it with disadvantage, but it's already done. So that was my
Well,
bad.
we know for the future.
Yeah.
Okay,
you
so you begin to set off for the Jawful once more. You continue along the main trade path for a few hours. You're still all doing your various little tinkering bits here and there. The familiar frigid cold of the Jawful begins to creep up on you once again.
Hey, Sal, random question.
Hmm.
Do you think you can use any troll stunk? I just realized I still have that on me, seeing as I never used mine. You know,
Might be an actual good thing. Stuff that up its nose and would basically have no sense of smell.
alright then. And with that, Neil's going to cover her snout and pull out the troll stunk from her bag.
There,
It's about to ask if you were covering your snout in it, but thank God
okay.
not.
You
Maybe
No,
wait
she's just
until
filling
we're,
the
you know,
cabin, like filling the cart with it. Yeah.
we're kind of a day away, Nero. Maybe
Just
want to
Put that
Open-
back.
You
What
reach
the
you
fuck is
reach
this, man?
into the bag, and your hand kind of squishes against something. Where was once a hard slab of troll stunk is now a mess on your hands.
Oh no. It melted inside the city, didn't it?
Apparently so.
the warm, comfortable city.
Oh, for
And
fuck's
All
sake.
her stuff's covered in it.
Everyone will make a Constitution saving throw within the cabin.
Oh god, there's gonna be the
Can-
Tinkers.
Hey, can you all have advantage seeing as she was covering her nose?
Sure, I'll allow it.
I'm good at Constitution.
So you all manage to fight back the urge to throw up.
That should not be blessed. Whoops.
However, Balthazar just out the side of the window. make some nice yellow brown snow on the side.
What the fuck is going on in that goddamn cart?
They're
fuck-
all putting that away. We're not even there
I
yet.
told you.
Magna does this on the thing very loudly. Fucking keep it down in there. Holy shit.
Damn it, I gotta sleep in here, Nero.
Balthazar raises up his black hand, just, I told you to. And he just lowers it.
I told you not to get that out. Why do you even still have that?
Well,
Fucking head.
you know, after the fight with the troll, being chased by it, having travels, and literally dying, I kind of forgot about it. She'll
Well,
then
you're
press
fucking
take
welcome. Throw that shit out the window.
and will prestidigitate her stuff and the smell clean.
Okay. It's
Thank fuck for magic, I guess.
prestidigitation on the smell only does so much, as the smell begins to kind of waft up again from this mess in your hand.
Just open the back door and let it air out.
Yeah, just magic it out the window.
Okay, you're kind of having to scoop up little chunks and kind of throw them out the window.
Jesus.
Well, as she touches it, she does it.
Okay.
So I imagine we find some way to hunker down, unless we're just gonna keep going through the night.
Well, you do. It's you kind of venture through the initial outskirts of the the Jawful. It's not freezing as you need to spend the next couple of days' travel to venture through to what you presume to be this creature's lair. You do travel for most of the day as the air only gets colder and colder. You see the occasional trader travelling the opposite direction towards Dune Hollow, led by a ram-drawn cart. Both ram and driver all kind of wrapped up in bundled clothing. You also see the occasional kind of iron guard patrolling the route. Due to the length and significance of this road and some of the dangers that may be present on it at any one time, you imagine it's fairly well patrolled, but even then iron guard are many hours apart, usually in pairs. Most of the beasts and creatures that might make a habit of threatening the traders of this route have been dealt with, though it seems there may be occasional opportunists, monstrous or otherwise, to seize the right opportunity between patrols to make their move.
So this is the first day, yeah?
Yeah.
And night falls?
Let's see. Right, nightfall. Did you? Okay. Night begins to fall. Yes.
Once camp is eventually set up, Dylan's gonna try and get Sal's attention, just one-on-one.
You have it.
You know when you're working on the craft and something just comes to you, the start of the line, and it clicks in your mind, and you get inspired.
Sao sort of looks to her long rifle and just back to Vellum. Yeah.
Well, sort of reaches into his pack and pulls something out. It's small enough to be in his hand. Just felt like I wanted to make this. And here, he's going to, like, if she allows it to sort of take her hand, put it in her palm. And once he moves his hand away, is a small, palm-sized, erudite leaf. It looks crude, because, well, it's clear he didn't quite know how erudite worked yet. But it's got the classic yellowish crystalline sheen to it.
Sao looks at it and sort of, I don't want to say it makes a cooing sound, but like she's intrigued and impressed.
I know it's a little weird and out of the blue, but what you told me not long ago kind of stuck. And kind of just shows, I mean, he first made that one before with basic steel, and I'm making this now with first new material I had to work with. Just kind of puts everything in perspective, and I want to do that.
You did quite the good job at shaping it, considering you tried it that much.
I just had a really good day.
I see. You know, don't mean to take away from this moment, but maybe you should try and challenge yourself a bit more. Try and step out of the comfort zone of what you know to craft. And she sort of does a look towards wherever Grunke is.
Well, what is Grunker doing?
It's probably just staring off somewhere. Not really doing much. Thinking. I guess just just mentally preparing.
Grunker's brooding.
He's a deep grunker.
As much as you're preparing and we've been preparing, I feel like the little goblin might be in need of an upgrade to his weapon. Or at least an addition.
Yeah, I have been thinking. I mean, I took a look at it a while back and I'm not sure what I can do. But it's a case of materials and time. And, well, with the snowy fucking weather, light. But it's on the list. Gives a sort of small smile. And shifting a bit, Paul. Just not sure what to do. So.
So, do you all bed down for the night?
I'd assume so. Unless other people want to talk.
Yeah.
That's all Velen wanted to do. He's just going to sort of, right, well, yeah, I hope you like it, and sleeps on. And he's going to skedaddle off.
Nero is going to try to get one more roll in to finish this potion up before turning in for the night.
You would have to do that tomorrow, because you spent most of the day just creating this single healing potion.
Ah, okay. Then nope, can't think of anything.
How frigid is the cold here? Like, are we in the area of the holy fuck? It's just horrible cold.
You are. It's growing colder. You gather a day's travel further in would be. You would enter that kind of space where it becomes very uncomfortably cold.
Well, I mean, there's the wagon for the usual suspects.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to just head on in and try and sleep.
Sorry,
For the first time in,
what
3 days?
Sorry, what did you call your ram again? I'm just going to rename it there.
Bastion.
Bastion. That's it. Bastion. Yeah, I like that name. Bastion.
Magnus probably just gonna.
There you go.
Uh,
Yeah, Bastion's just shrugging off the cold like it's nothing.
good boy.
Well,
Neil's to do the heating stone thing trick,
All right.
and then nuzzle up to Sal and sleep.
Okay. Right. So who's taking first watch?
There's something I'd actually like to do
Sure.
during that. As it's gonna sort of begin to be like the more dusky twilight period, Balthazar would actually want to step off a bit away from camp and find a spot to privacy.
Okay.
While there,
How far off?
30 feet or so that
All right.
as things get a bit darker, things aren't directly within eyesight. It actually would have to probably be a bit more, but a good bit away, but far enough where he could still just see the glow of light. So probably closer to like 70 to get outside of dark visions.
Okay.
But still keep the glow of the cart so he doesn't get lost. Going to want to kneel down to a little spot in the snow. Is it a snowy surface? Still, is it rocky?
It's snowy and it's getting on that border where it's both snow and ice, where there is snow covering ice.
Okay, perfect. Balthazar is going to take out his little note that he has of various sigils, and he's going to prick his finger, and with the blood on his finger and on the icy snow, he's going to start to trace that circle and start to match the signals, but instead of exactly making that pentagram, he is going to try and scratch in that eye that he thinks would be the rest of the way on that tablet.
Right.
Almost like that awakened sigil. And he's going to just take off his ring of mind shielding for a moment. Put that in his pocket. His notes. He's just going to sit there quietly with the little dagger in the center that he summoned with its soulstone pommel. He's going to sit there for about an hour or two. Do small, quiet prayer. Or eventually returning back.
Okay.
What he says in that, I'll send to you.
Oh, secrets.
That we can go to the others. Balthazar will probably take up one of the last shifts.
Alright. So for the sake of this, I would like everyone who's willing to do shifts make a perception check.
This presents a problem. Melon
Yes.
was out like a light the second he went in, so if nobody wakes him up, he will sleep the whole night.
That's fair.
How many shifts do we need?
4 of 2 hours each,
Yeah.
not counting if anyone's splitting.
You do want the buddy system, though, after what happened last time.
Okay. 20, 18, 15, 8. Okay.
Does somebody want to have me as their buddy? Determine whether or not you need to roll. Somebody else's rolling.
Imagine we'll probably take Buffalo as the buddy.
Okay. You're much sharper of eye than he is. There, back up.
Alright. So, the blizzard kind of obscures your vision somewhat. Magna and Grunker, as you kind of take your shift together, shall we say, you're able to kind of see off in the very distance on the horizon, of the Jawfall here, the silhouette of perhaps the tallest jagged ice formation, like an immense curved rib of bone jutting from the earth, partly covered in snow and ice, or rather formed out of snow and ice. You can see this 500-foot tall spire reaching up to the sky like a single skeletal claw framed by a few jagged mountains. Probably, from what you can estimate from this distance, probably a day's travel off of the main road.
Interesting.
Maybe from that other dragon.
Seems like that's the case. So, I don't think to be the one to talk much
It depends.
of the situation or your mood.
Both.
This I have not faced the dragon before, so this is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah. Heard stories, but Tid one.
In my line of work, I I would have hoped, but not this early.
I sent both of you something.
Shit.
In roll 20.
Oh no.
Oh,
Secrets and lies. Secrets and lies.
Secrets and or lies.
And or lies. Mostly lies. What if the lies are about the secrets? That there are no secrets?
This door tells the truth, the other tells a lie.
You failed out.
yep.
If you were your brother, which would you say is the truth teller?
Just do it the barbarian way. Kill one and be like, is he dead?
So, Grunker and Magna. Other than that strange instance, nothing else seems to take place over the night. The rest of you all come to consciousness in the morning. It's blisteringly cold.
Just as a quick note, Jenna.
Yes, I know.
No, it was something else, but good of you to notice. Carry on.
So, would you like to continue your travel?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. You do continue your travel for the best part of a few hours, trudging through the thick ice with your with Bastion and Raven and Bill and your carriage in both following suit. You're going off the route this time. Because of the carriage, it's a bit difficult. Because your carriage wheels aren't meant for this kind of jagged, icy terrain. It does slow you down a bit. You're travelling off the beaten path, having to contend with slippery patches of ice. You can also begin to see the familiar jagged formations of ice kind of jutting up from the ground at certain intervals, ranging from around 5 to 10 feet in height. And
I thought we left Bill and Raven because they couldn't handle the cold.
Oh well, okay then. In that case,
That's the point of the war.
Yeah, that's fair actually. So yeah, just Bastion pulling most of the weight. The landscape.
He's a unit, so
yeah, he's a big old unit. The landscape begins to transition into a kind of a valley-like formation, a few miles wide. The skeletal fingers of the icy mountains almost kind of cupping around you like grasping claws.
At some point in time, we probably want to ditch the cart and go ahead on foot. Have Bastion clear the way for us so we can walk through the snow.
Yeah, it would be a great idea.
I'm gonna do my alchemy roll real quick.
Yep, go ahead. And Saoyun, make your Tinker's check to finish off that bomb.
Ha!
Okay, so you successfully complete one. Natural 20, good lord. Okay, so I'll send you the stats of that for next session.
Hey,
Sessions
you
after.
can base it off the keg of gunpowder and the done.
All right.
Fuck critting check.
So Neil, you also successfully make a potion of healing.
Woo! And thus my reserves grow even more. And I'm going to expect to blow through all of them.
Everyone make a perception check as well.
Oh no. Also, save them for emergencies, because I feel like we're going to yo-yo a lot through this fight.
I mean, I have a lot of them.
When it's a dragon, it's never enough.
Is it regular or just with advantage?
Regular.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have the time to make anything more. Because they have like 5-day making times.
Those low rolls, man. Average rolls. I mean, well, Vellum, you're only one that
I hit my passive. I hit my passive perception.
Oh, okay.
I got my exact passive perception. It's sad.
So you definitely see this. You're the only one to see it, actually. You do see to start these kind of occasional strange formations. Only one or two you can see so far. Long formations of ice crystals, approximately 100 feet long. The ice crystals kind of lean towards what appears to be like this sort of the tail end of this formation, and they kind of shrink in size as they trail down the line. Each collective formation is kind of 30 feet tall at the tallest ice shard at the beginning. It's like someone dashed frozen water across the ground and it instantly froze.
He's gonna sort of come out of the wagon. Hey, you lot see all that? I don't know why, but I want to be careful.
See what?
What?
He's going to sort of point out the particular details that Jenna just listed. I'm not going to repeat them for everything.
Huh. That looks weird.
And you do see one of them as you're kind of making your way through the valley. You do see one kind of approaching you on one side. You get a clearer look at it now. You can see what looks to be a large shape in one of them.
What horrible monster beastie things if they as trapped in the ice?
You're not certain you can tell from this distance.
Yeah, I knew I had a knife. Let's be careful. Don't know what that is, but I don't think I want to find it.
Give it a wise
How
breath, you think?
How far have we gotten? Are we like close to reaching like midway or the evening of the second day?
You're reaching. This is kind of early morning, turning early noon. Rather.
Okay.
Say that'll be like
would it be
from
fair to say that
7 to
we're
11. Yeah.
would it be fair to say that we're close enough to possibly leave the cart and start going ahead on foot?
You could possibly start leaving the cart. Yes.
Okay.
You might need to hide it someplace so it doesn't get destroyed.
Just an overpass or something like that.
Yep.
I'm sure there's enough here that we can hide it relatively easily. Perhaps pack some snow into it, something like that.
Seems realistic.
So at this time, that Liska will get that big old like frostwolf cloak.
Alright.
Like wrap around it to hide basically her gigantic dark body from the snow.
And
Like,
perhaps
it's
she
all
doesn't-
plan meal as well. Because
Just for
it's way too big.
reference, let me draw you what these ice formations look like.
I'm not really gonna be able to hide in my shiny gold armor.
Fabulous golden regalia.
Well, hey, if you play dead, maybe you'll just be taken off to the Dragon's Horde.
Or better yet, I could borrow Bastion.
Ride him into battle majestically.
If Bastion dies, Magnus gonna be so fucking pissed.
Well, I mean, I don't know why you bought a war speed if you don't want to use it for, fighting.
I mean, yes, use it for fighting. It's an investment.
I do have one tiny regret, but I couldn't have done anything about it anyway. I kind of wish I had the extra plate on some.
Balthazar, you've seen one of these formations before.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
These. Oh, that's a trail of ice breath left over, isn't it?
Probably.
And you can see the shape is in there. It's a very
The big
large
ones?
shape.
All right, let's go look.
Check this shit out.
All right.
Let's go.
You approach this formation, and you begin to see what looks like a large chunk missing from the tallest ice crystals at the front. Looking at this, you can see a shape frozen within. You see what appears to be a large elk frozen in terror. It's as if this creature was instantly flash frozen. Though it appears to be missing the upper portion of its body where the chunk is missing.
Well, that thing is dead. That's damn sure.
You also begin to see, deep within the ice, blue, faintly glowing branches of ethereal energy.
Oh,
Shit.
Can I roll an Arcana to see if that is
You-
like magic frozen in the ice?
You can indeed.
Yeah,
definitely not those things that we found in the ice elementals.
I guess not. Apparently,
You
I'm
are-
too cold.
You are unsure. It's blue. It's faintly glowing.
Magna might
Honestly,
get the
don't like
prize.
this.
Yes.
You
Fucking
you,
nope.
you have even less idea than Nero.
Maybe the artificers.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Nor do I.
If Ducky wants to roll, then oh wait, hang on, no, Ducky's not here. Oh no, yeah, there he is.
Well,
Yes,
Ducky
yeah.
is
Ducky
like
is-
the
Ducky
biggest
can't
hog
talk.
Sorry.
type.
Oh,
God damn it.
Don't worry about talking, it's cool.
well, okay, 22. You've definitely heard of this. The energy here is very reminiscent of residual elemental chaos. And elemental chaos often takes the form of branching webs of volatile magic and often emits the glow of its respective element.
I've heard about this before, but actually didn't be an actual thing.
What is it?
Frozen elemental energy.
That's concerning even more so.
Element, we like those things before.
No, different. What we thought were elementals taking the shape of ice. This is raw frost element.
Quick question. Does it look
Yes.
like it's floating through the ice? Or is it like stationary and trapped? Does it seem like it's just kind of
It's
like raw ice magic that's just kind of
it's
at home in the ice and moving around?
It's stationary. It's like it's kind of cracked through the ice, but the cracks themselves are sort of glowing with this elemental chaos. Like the cracks themselves are the magic.
I think we should probably leave it alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let sleeping dogs lie, as it were.
We came here for some, and this alien.
Question. What was the frozen creature? What's the frozen creature look like?
An elk.
And it was half of an elk.
Okay.
Oh.
Like giant elk, normal sized elk?
Pretty large giant elk.
Okay. Is there anything else trapped in the ice? Or is it just like the elk and the
Make another
magic?
perception check.
Okay.
Willem's going to keep an eye out for, the dragon.
God damn,
Just in
I'm
case.
rolling so horribly right
You
now.
make a perception check.
He's on the keen lookout for a fucking dragon.
Nice. So I'm guessing I don't see anything, but I'm
You do not, sadly.
like
But
the
does Neil?
13%. You don't see much else besides this half-bitten into giant elk. Vellum, you do see what appears to be a cluster of kind of angular dark shapes in the snow, off some 50 feet off from your current position.
Dark as in completely different than these ice formations we've seen.
It's completely different dark.
He's gonna sort of crouch a bit low. Hey, over there, some kind of shape.
You do see that it appears to be stationary. unmoving.
He will point out it. Yes, let's remember to.
And it's fairly small, about 3 to 4 feet in size.
And we're in the same. Are we in the same area? Oh no, because sorry, for some reason I was thinking something else. That this didn't know if this was from what's his face, Crothis, or if it was like leftover from Malinus from like a prior battle.
You are unsure.
Yeah, because ice, particularly like this, isn't keen on melting in the middle of a fucking place like this. So seeing the dark figures, I guess I'm gonna kind of turn around and they're stationary. You said
Stationary and unmoving. Almost as if they're kind of in the snow.
Liska is going to get her hammer and shield ready, and just kind of look at Magna and make like a motion, like you go that way, I go this way. And then she remembers the rest of the fucking group. It's like,
those are a thing.
yeah, and then like motions with her shield, like, come on, like, fuck.
And we go.
Okay, you all begin to kind of flank around these strange shapes in the snow. Getting a closer look, you see, partly buried in the snow, what appears to be long broken shards of wood, partly frosted over.
Gotta like use her hammer to kind of shift them about to see if she can see anything more interesting.
It appears to be the remnants of a crate. It's broken open on one side and appears to be empty. Make an
Anything
investigation
inside?
check.
Okay.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
Flat roll.
This does not bode well.
Hey.
15. You do see on the side of the crate, kind of where two planks meet, you can see the initials OR burnt into the wood.
OR.
Looks like somebody's shipments got waylaid.
Indeed.
Yes, actually, it would have been my compatriots. He matches these initials.
You tend to seem to be losing a lot of things.
Says to what?
You tend to be losing a lot of things on businesses.
Well, this was him. I'm just here to try and help recover what I can. I do not think this one, as he's gonna kick the empty crate, be of any use.
That is bad.
Okay. Other than what you can see here, the formation, and the small empty kind of broken crate, you don't see much else beyond that. Though it is getting a lot chillier, more. The wind's picking up, the blizzard's setting in.
We need to keep moving, otherwise we're gonna get caught in this shit.
Well, let us go. The spire seems to be, well, if I was a dragon trying to rule over an area, I think the spire is likely where he'll be going.
Okay, good to know. That's
I
Everybody's
have no doubts.
start thinking quiet thoughts.
Alright then. Everyone make a stealth check.
Quick question.
Yes.
Not gonna happen.
So, am I being hidden inside of Liska's, cloak?
Yeah, you can be. I was gonna say, like, does the cloak confer
would the cloak confer visual advantage to negate the... Well, because we're in the middle of a fucking blizzard, I don't know how much sound would
I'll say
like
it'll
affect.
it will give you a because it's stark white direwolf cloak. I'll say it will give you advantage on stealth within snowy environments.
Okay. And would that negate the disadvantage imposed by wearing plate?
Yes, so it's
Because-
just a straight roll.
Okay.
Can Nero give advantage seeing as she has to hide inside as well? And
Like
point out
they don't
places
stack.
to go.
They don't stack, sadly.
Alright, they don't.
Like if you have any of either, they just go down to 0.
Yeah. So Nero, your stealth check would be dependent on Niska's.
I'm tempted to just hide by myself then because I'm really good at that.
I mean, if you want to, you can.
How dark is it?
It's pretty blank white right now. You're having difficulty kind of seeing through the blizzard right now. It's not night by any means, but vision is obscured by quite a significant bit. You still see you can still see the dominating spire at the end of the valley here.
Two big girls have stealth, and everyone else is.
Oh, rip.
Oh dear.
Well, it would help if I
Never
could roll
needed it
above
before,
a 2.
don't need it.
Okay. So,
That's
a couple more hours into your travel, the landscape it's beginning to grow a lot more treacherous as you near the spire of ice in the distance, which you've traveling closer to, and its shape's beginning to take up most of your view of the horizon here. The blizzard seems to subside every now and then, and once again kind of whip up in billowing winds as of now it's calm somewhat, giving you a bit of reprieve from the frigid winds. Let's see. Okay, so a few more hours into your journey. You hear a sound. It sounds
Cool.
humanoid, but deep and reverberating.
Does it sound familiar? Like a Yeti, perhaps?
Make a nature check.
Go ahead and make one too.
I'll say one of you roll with advantage. Because you're both experienced in this.
I'll make the roll with advantage.
Sure.
Shit.
Oh, you have a -1? I have just flat 0. God damn it. Okay.
Oops.
It's all good.
You don't need to know how it works, they just killed it.
That's true. I mean, if we were tracking them, like survival, we'd be down, but nature is something different.
Yep.
Can I look around and see if I can track Yetis?
Make a perception
Is
check.
any- Not survival?
Sorry, yeah, survival check. Sure, that makes more sense actually.
Alright. Hey. 26.
26. You do see, kind of looking down on the ground for a bit, kind of searching around the blizzard. It's difficult to track in a blizzard, as though any footsteps that might be left would inevitably be covered up with snow. However, you do see very faint imprints of what look like large humanoid feet. And you kind of follow the trail for a moment off into the distance. And approximately 100 feet away, up the side of a mountain, see what looks like a pair of large humanoid creatures. Hulking in appearance, it's difficult to make out any details due to the obscuring blizzard, but their gait is kind of long, lumbering, two large arms swinging by their sides. That's what you make out. However, with your survival check, that you seem to be Yeti Prince.
I inform the rest of the party. Do they seem to be like regular Yetis, or do they seem to be like abominable Yeti size?
From what you can tell, they seem. Make a perception check.
Would that not fall under survival?
Uh,
The survival.
yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah. From what you can tell, they seem to be Yetis. Two. Well, regular Yetis it's
I mean, they're still big.
yeah. Regular Yetis is saying something because Yetis in and of themselves are large, hulking creatures, and they are a force in and of themselves.
It's like, well, everybody, it seems that we have some Yetis in the way. How do you feel about, I do not wish to train some of your capabilities. Do we wish to go around? Or do we wish to go hello?
Probably gonna need everything.
I'd rather have all my spells at hand for this dragon fight.
Yeah, it seems best to go around.
Do you
Look at
not
these-
have the repeatable little spells? The firebolt you did? Can't you do that a number of times?
I mean, I could, but then that runs the risk of someone getting hurt and draining potions that we will need.
If
If
you
I
want
may
to go
not-
around,
As you're all discussing this, the blizzard begins to pick up once again, blowing much harder and much more violently than before. Suddenly, it's blisteringly cold, and your vision on the shapes becomes blurred with the snow. I'd like all of you to make Constitution saving throws, please.
Advantage because cold winter gear?
No, this is no ordinary blizzard.
Oh, right. 14.
Constitution?
Constitution saving throw.
God damn it.
Before the visibility completely goes, Vel's gonna like grab onto him.
Balthazar, Grunker, Magna, Neril, Sayun. You all take 9 points of cold damage. And you watch parts of your skin begin to blacken with frostbite.
Oh no.
Bro, I'm already black.
Am I fine?
Ow.
Fucking great. I'm already hurt and I didn't take a swing at the fucking thing yet.
I passed right here.
you didn't say your name, so yes.
Yep, you succeed, Venom.
I'm getting a little irked.
Spend a few more moments out in the blizzard here. I'd like all of you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, fucking goddamn it.
Again?
You gather that the
Okay.
longer you stay out here, the more.
Well, I mean, okay.
We haven't.
Gotten to do anything or respond to it.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Go
mean,
ahead
well,
then. Sorry.
that's fine. All I'm just saying is we literally just took the damage. Somebody asked if did I also take that, and then you have us roll
right.
another one.
Sorry,
If it's the
my
same
bad.
effect, I'm just saying.
Yeah, my
I
fault.
mean, we
my
can
fault.
if you want us to.
No, it's alright. Sorry. How do you react? I was
Well,
jumping
to
the gun
that,
there. My
say
bad.
fuck it. We need to move. We can't linger.
Hmm.
Okay.
We're gonna die from the cold. If we spend a lot of time going around, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, but we'd also spend extra time fighting.
We need to find a cave.
Either way, Vellum has hopefully grabbed onto 2 people
Okay.
in this snowstorm, and is going to
Fine,
sort
if you want to go around, go around.
he's going to pull them closer, so hopefully it will buffer some of the wind from their more sensitive fleshy parts, and move onward.
All right, moving onwards through the valley.
Who
The
wants
open
to
air.
be a Vellum buddy? He's got 2 hands and 2 people.
I mean, if we're going forward, then we're going forward.
Yeah.
Kevin.
No, I guess we're going forward. Does that mean towards the Yetis?
Once we move out of, like, does this seem like it was localized on us, or does it seem like this is a area, like,
Make-
wide? Was this something in the valley?
Make
this?
a nature check.
Can I make it survival instead of do weather things? Because, no, I mean, survival is a weather, like, when you're determining weather patterns and stuff like that, that's a survival thing. I'm not trying to do it just because I have...
No,
expertise in it.
I wasn't laughing. I was pushing arrows.
I'll allow it, sure. As recompense for jumping the gun earlier, my bad. 21.
Oh, thank God.
This is no natural blizzard. This seems like it's just come out of nowhere.
So it seems localized on us.
Seems
Like, does it seem like if we move forward, we'll move out of it, or does it seem like it will follow us?
it seems like it's pretty localized. You may if you try to continue on, you may have to take another Constitution saving throw. This blizzard is not it's not that small by any means. You may have to take some time to move out of it, but you can certainly try.
Can I do the trick that Siren taught me and heat up the rocks to hopefully give us, at least some of us, advantage on it? Namely, the squishier people who don't have a lot of hit points.
You'd probably be limited to one other person because the rock itself isn't large. You can't have everyone kind of hold over it. This is usually for one person, one person or one other person.
Well, let's see. I'm keeping it for myself. And I think besides me, Sal has the lowest hit point count, so I'll do me and Sal.
All right. So you continue to push forward through this strange blizzard. And with that, we'll take you over your previous Constitution saving throws there.
I don't think I rolled one, sorry.
No, go ahead. For those who haven't already.
I think anybody did.
Here we go.
Liska, yeah, there you go. Liska, you've already, so many people who've. So.
I mean, I only did one. Like, we only rolled once for the prior survival, like the prior Constitution save. And also, quick question.
Yep.
Is this specifically a magic? Sorry. This is so. If this is just dealing damage by virtue of like severe cold, never mind. It's all good. Continue. Sorry. This isn't like an environmental effect. This is actual magic effect. Okay.
This does seem to be unnatural in nature. There's a Constitution saving throw here. I'm trying to figure out which one was which.
Again, I don't think anybody rolled for the second one.
Right. Okay. That's my bad there. Okay. So let's see.
Basically from mine and then downwards.
Let's see. From yours downwards. Near all you succeed. Liska, you that's a survival check. Vellum, you succeed. Magna, you take 13 points of cold damage. Fuck. Liska, You take 13 points of cold damage.
Okay. Halved.
Halved. Yes, I never halve my damage. I just leave that up to the players. Grunker, you take 13 points of cold damage.
Mhm.
And Balthazar, you take 13 points of cold damage.
Remember, Magnus is also halved for her.
Yeah, so 13 is
6.
Yeah, so just halve it to 6. As you're kind of pushing your way through the blizzard, you must find yourself on the cusp of exiting the blizzard. And then you hear a sound over it. It's distant. It grows louder. Shakes you to your core.
That's fun.
What he will do.
What's the visibility here?
It's very little. You can just about make out those kind of lumbering shapes in the snow, but that's about it.
Okay.
Is there anything I can see that's a cave close by?
Make a perception check.
Shit.
It's very difficult to see in the blizzard here. Your visibility is it's minimal. You just see blank white, blank snow, and the wind pounding you in the face.
I'm thinking if we get under the snow and make like just a place where we're out of the wind, out of this fucking freezing cold, and basically the equivalent of an igloo that we can hunker down because that's a dragon flying. We're not handled to do a dragon flying, and the fucking environment is being used against us. So, like, if we
Wait, what's the ground underneath the snow? Is it ice or is it like actual rock?
It's ice.
Damn it.
Yeah, but how thick is the actual snow we're walking through?
The snow kind of comes up to your shins right now.
Liska's shins?
Balthazar's
Because that's as tall as Nero.
It comes up to
So
about
that's
Balthazar.
waist deep in your roll.
Yeah.
A little more.
Okay. Alright. Well, we just need to get out of the wind or something, because right now there's literally no place we can go. We're just going to be frozen to death, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, we need to fucking do something.
You could all make a perception check.
I'd rather we actually just cut the session here.
Yeah, because I need to leave in like
Alright, okay.
15 minutes.
Okay then.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I feel like we're doing it a habit of going overtime by now. And it's not something I've planned for.
Okay, no worries. So we'll end the session there. We'll come back to that next week.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off.
Yep.
Yeah. So, just try and remember.
Nothing like
to-
losing half your life in the span of a blizzard.
Yeah.
Mm.
Just, try and remember to keep an eye on the time counter. And even if there's not a narrative
point.
point, then you make a narrative point.
I mean, we had the perfect opportunity to do so at the moment everybody went to bed at the first camp we set up, because that was on time as well.
Yeah.
I know, Janner, this is a very exciting thing, and I'm sure everybody would really, really want to continue it, but
It's just late for us.
yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
see ya.
Later, Gabo.
Have a good one.
Alright. You should also probably head off, Ducky, seeing as, well, it's quiet hour for you.
It's quiet hours.
Yeah.
Quarter till midnight.
Yeah. But, you boys ready to, fucking die?
Yeah.
How much health are you at?
Bruh, I've lost half my life to that.
Damn.
You
I'm
can
at
heal.
32.
I can't.
I mean,
I have
he can't heal much. He's only partially paladin.
True.
I have a shit ton of
Yeah,
healing
I'm-
potions.
That's gonna be useful. Because I would recommend sharing those. Because a lot of people have said, you know, or as I've said to a lot of people, excuse me, I'm not really a healer. I have minimal combat that I can do. I'm not a cleric. We can't just take damage. Which is why it's so important to, you know, plan for these things, because you can't expect an oops and then, oh, well, Arngrim, he'll give you a channel or some life into you and it'll be okay. It's like, no, you've got what you've got. I have to save what little lay on hands I could get in order to, you know, pick people up when they're dying. So, I don't really know how to go forward here. I really wish I got to fucking prepare, but I had to run off and fight Vellum. So I didn't get to do anything. Get some fucking frost-resistant shit. But whatever.
I mean,
If we die, we die.
I think Nero gave you that.
Nope. Nero took the potion.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who to give it to. Like, naming who was going to be the most in the face of the dragon.
Well,
Because I could give it to you, but then I
we
could.
all needed to get one.
Yeah, and I couldn't get enough. I only was able to get one.
That's all they had, but I wanted to go to other places, but I didn't get to. Man, I wish fucking Vellum didn't run off on his own.
Yep.
Alright.
I thought we had enough time for like for Balthazar to do some shit.
No, we talked while I was walking and trying to get to Vellum, but 6 hours passed during that period, so we walked around for 6 hours and I did not get to prepare, so I did not get to prepare.